Dr. Blake and Tarquin were in the office early reviewing notes for the Men's Health Awareness Circle. A third medical professional, Dr. Halverson, a pediatrist, stood beside Blake, both of them bent over the antique clock Earl had found. Blake tapped the glass lightly. "I still can't believe Earl found this," he said. Dr. Halverson shook his head. "I've been hunting for this exact model for years. I've posted in every antique forum. I'm in nothing. And you're telling me this was almost taken to Goodwill?" Blake laughed. Estate sale kids came into town, didn't know what they had. Earl and Peggy were in the right place at the right time. Dr. Halverson sighed dramatically. "You lucked out, I'm jealous." Right then, Earl and Peggy stepped into the doorway. The door left open by accident, and Earl's chest puffed out like a proud rooster hearing his name in a gospel song. Peggy whispered, "Look at you, Earl," chest all stuck out. Earl whispered back, "Peg, let me enjoy my moment." Blake turned around with a bright smile. "Well, speaking of my brother, here he is." Earl grinned. "Hey there, little brother." Blake gestured toward the pediatrist. "Earl, this is Dr. Halverson. He's a pediatrist." Earl froze mid-reach, pulled his hand back slowly, and whispered, "Little brother, is that something that can jump on my hand?" The room burst into laughter. Even Tarquin's calm face cracked into a smile. Blake placed a hand on Earl's shoulder. "No, Earl, pediatry is foot and ankle medicine." Earl exhaled loudly. "Well, why didn't you just say that?" He shook Dr. Halverson's hand confidently. Peggy waved at Tarquin, who greeted her with his warm, steady smile. Blake moved back to his desk, casually flipping over confidential files so nothing sensitive was visible. "Have a seat, you two." Earl and Peggy sat down. They chatted briefly, Peggy's new hair color, Earl's latest A to Z idea, before Earl leaned forward. "So what's the group about today?" Blake took a breath. "Today's group is about erectile dysfunction." Earl blinked. "There you go again with them fancy words. Is that catchy? Something you can catch?" Blake tried not to laugh. "No, Earl, it's not contagious." Then Blake slipped into full medical mode, the way he always does when he forgets who he's talking to. Erectile dysfunction is a multifactorial condition involving vascular insufficiency, neurogenic impairment, endocrine dysregulation, and psychogenic contributors. Earl stared at him like Blake had just spoken in Morse code. Peggy blinked twice. Even the clock seemed confused. Blake caught himself and softened his tone. "Earl, it just means sometimes a man's body doesn't respond the way he wants it to. It's normal. It happens to everybody." Earl's face lit up. "Oh, well, why didn't you just say that?" He stood up quickly. "Come on, Peg. We better head out so we can get us a good seat." He waved at Blake and Tarquin. "See y'all down there." And with that, Earl and Peggy headed toward the elevator, ready to walk into a circle that would break stigma, heal shame, and surprise them in ways they weren't expecting.
The lobby was busy, people coming and going. The security guard nodding at everyone who passed. The receptionist juggling calls with her usual warmth. Peggy and Earl stepped off the elevator. Earl walked up to the receptionist's desk. "Hey there, sweetheart. The receptionist lit up. "Hi, Earl. Hi, Peggy." "Oh my goodness, Peggy. That hairstyle is gorgeous on you." Peggy smiled proudly. "Thank you, baby." She signed and Earl signed in behind her, glancing around at all the unfamiliar men heading toward the classroom. Peggy whispered, "I don't know any of these men." Earl shrugged. "That's the point, Peg. It's a men's health class." They walked toward the seminar room. Rich was already there, sitting quietly in the middle row, posture calm, eyes forward. He'd come early on purpose. He didn't want the attention that came with a security escort. He didn't know who would be in this group, or whether any of the men had criminal histories. He was still cautious, still careful, still on the watch list. So he chose a seat in the middle, neutral, safe, unnoticed. Peggy and Earl walked over. They didn't sit beside him. They sat behind him, giving him space in case he wanted to sit with other men. Rich turned around with a warm, polite smile. "Hey." Peggy smiled back. "Hello, sweetheart." Earl nodded. "Good to see you, son." Peggy leaned forward. "I'm sorry you couldn't make it to the cookout, but we understand." Rich nodded. "I'm sure you all had a good time." Peggy laughed softly. "We did. We missed you, though." They chatted lightly. Nothing deep, nothing that would draw attention. As the men arrived, one by one, unfamiliar men walked in. Daryl, Stanley, Mitchum, Olson, Peter, Nick, Homer, Vincent. Each man nodded politely as they entered. Earl gave each one a respectful man nod, acknowledging them without making it awkward. The room slowly filled. Then the door opened again. LT walked in, and right behind him, the woman, a beautiful woman, confident, put together, checking her compact mirror as she sat down. Rich's face lit up the moment he saw LT. He waved him over. LT grinned and sat right beside Rich, the two of them falling into easy conversation. But Rich didn't react to the woman at all, not a glance, not a nod, nothing. Peggy noticed immediately. She leaned toward Earl. "Now who is that?" Earl didn't even look. "Peg, mind your business." Peggy whispered louder. "Well, it's bothering me. Why didn't LT introduce her to Rich? Is that his sister? Is he trying to set Rich up? Who is she?" Earl sighed. "Peggy, mind your business." Peggy folded her arms. How come Rich didn't even acknowledge her? He didn't even blink. That's strange. Earl shook his head. "Peg, trust me, mind your business." Peggy leaned closer. "Should I ask?" Earl cut her off mid-sentence. "Honey, trust me, stay out of it, mind your own business." Peggy huffed. "Well, maybe I'll just ask Rich on break." Earl chuckled. "Peggy, even if he did know what was going on, he wouldn't tell you. It's a bro code." Peggy frowned. "What is a bro code?" Earl answered. "It's something we men have." Peg asked, "What do you mean, we?"
Before Earl could answer, the door opened. Tarquin walked in, pulling a rolling suitcase behind him. The kind stuffed with folders, binders, and paperwork.
He moved with purpose, heading straight toward the front of the room. Right behind him came Blake, pushing a small rolling cart loaded with easels, charts, and neatly stacked pamphlets. They both looked like they were setting up for a full seminar. A few of the men glanced up at Tarquin, quick, respectful looks, then went right back to settling into their seats. These were older men, mature, not the type to stare or make anything awkward. Just a glance, an acknowledgement, and back to business. Earl gave a couple of them a nod. They nodded back. Peggy, meanwhile, was still watching that mysterious woman who'd come in with LT. She kept checking her compact mirror, adjusting her hair, completely unbothered by the room around her. Peggy whispered, I'm gonna figure out who she is." Earl didn't even look at her. "Peg, please." Up front, Blake started placing folders on the desks. He greeted Rich with a warm, "Good to see you." He greeted LT with a friendly, "Glad you made it." He nodded politely to the men he hadn't met yet. Daryl, Stanley, Mitchum, Olson, Peter, Nick, Homer, Vincent, each one giving a small nod back. Tarquin was already arranging the easels, setting up the board, and organizing the handouts. The room was settling, the men were seated, the materials were ready. Everything was in place, and the class was just about to begin.
Amethyst rolled her suitcase to the front of the room, the wheels humming softly across the floor. She always traveled with half a wellness center in that thing. Boils, diffusers, grounding tools, and whatever else she needed to shift the energy of a room. She gave the men a warm smile, the kind that didn't feel forced or performative, just gentle, inviting, safe. Her presence softened the room immediately, not in a dramatic way, just enough to ease the tension that naturally comes with a men's health topic like this. She set her diffuser on the table and chose her oils with intention: cedarwood, clove, and frankincense. Warm, earthy scents that grounded the space without feeling floral or feminine within a minute. The room felt calmer, shoulders loosened, breathing slowed, the atmosphere shifted from stiff anticipation to quiet readiness. Amethyst turned to the group. "Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Amethyst. I'm here to support Dr. Blake and Tarquin today. I know this topic can feel uncomfortable, but I want you to know this is a safe space. Nothing is off limits. If you have a question, ask it. If something doesn't make sense, say so. You're not alone in anything we're talking about today." Her voice was warm, steady, and reassuring. Sometimes having a woman in the room helps men open up in ways they don't always feel comfortable doing with other men. I'm here to offer a different perspective. How these issues affect your relationships, your partners, your families, and I'm here to help you advocate for yourselves when you talk to your doctors. A few men nodded. Some looked relieved. Some looked surprised, but in a good way. Amethyst continued. "And of course, if you want to ask something from a woman's point of view, I'm here for that too." She stepped aside with a soft smile. "Now, let me introduce my husband, Dr. Blake, and our medical integration officer, Tarquin." Blake gave a small wave. Tarquin nodded with his calm, grounded presence. The room was ready. The men were ready. And the session was about to begin.
Just as Blake and Tarquin finished setting up the front of the room, the door opened again. A man in a crisp professional suit walked in, pulling a rolling suitcase behind him. The kind doctors use when they travel between clinics or carry sensitive files. He had the calm, focused look of someone who'd spent years in medical practice. This was Dr. Rowan Hale, the urologist Blake had invited for the second half of the seminar. Amethyst immediately moved toward him with that gentle, effortless grace she had. "Hi, Rowan. Let me help you with that." She took a stack of pamphlets from his suitcase and began laying them out on the tables. Discreet, respectful, efficient. She placed small notepads and pens beside each one, making sure every man had what he needed. Dr. Hale nodded gratefully and began organizing his materials. He had a thick binder with tabs, charts, and diagrams, and inside his suitcase were the confidential files Blake had sent him earlier. He'd reviewed each man's medical background, and he'd be taking notes throughout the session. He wasn't here to judge anyone. He was here to educate, to clarify, to demystify, to normalize. Amethyst's presence made the setup feel less clinical and more human. She moved through the room with quiet warmth, placing pamphlets, gently offering a small smile to the men who looked nervous. Some of the men glanced at Dr. Hale with curiosity, not staring, just acknowledging him the way older men do when another professional walks in. A nod, a quick look, then back to their seats. Peggy watched all of this with interest, still half distracted by LT's mystery woman. But even she could feel the shift in the room. The team was complete now. Blake, the medical anchor, Tarquan, the trauma-informed interpreter, Amethyst, the emotional bridge, Dr. Hale, the urology specialist. This wasn't just a class. It was a full, structured, medically grounded seminar, the kind that could change lives. Blake glanced at the clock. Tarquan finished adjusting the easel. Amethyst stepped back to her place near the diffuser. Dr. Hale settled into a seat near the front, ready to observe until it was his turn. The room quieted. The men were seated. The materials were ready. The facilitators were in place. The seminar, all 6 hours of it, was about to begin.
Just as Amethyst finished setting up the diffuser and Blake and Tarquin settled into their places, the door opened again. 3 women slipped in quietly, each still in their work uniforms. One wore a fast food polo. One had on a retail vest. One looked like she'd come straight from a service job. They carried that just got off work tiredness, but also the determination of women who came to support someone they cared about. They didn't interrupt anything. They didn't make a scene. They simply scanned the room and moved toward the men they were there for. One woman took a seat beside Vincent, the veteran. She sat close, steady, like someone who'd seen him through long nights and wanted to understand what he was facing.
Blake stepped to the front of the room, thanked everyone for being there, and explained how the introductions would work. When you stand and introduce yourself, feel free to share your story at the same time. The more detail you give, the better we can understand what you're experiencing. Ask questions as they come to you. Nothing is off limits. He looked around the room. Who would like to start? Vincent raised his hand, steady, confident, no hesitation. Blake nodded to him. Vincent stood with the posture of a man who'd spent years in uniform. Good afternoon. My name is Vincent. A few men nodded back in that quiet, respectful way older men do. I'm here because I want to learn as much as I can. I'm grateful my wife laid it in time because this affects both of us. His wife gave a small nod beside him. We've been married a long time, never had any issues between us. Not in the bedroom, not anywhere else. But after I got out of service, I had a hard time adjusting to regular life again. My personality changed. I didn't notice it at first, but she did. That's when things started slipping. I don't know exactly what caused it, I just know when it started. He kept his voice steady, but honest. We haven't been together in about 2 weeks. That's not normal for us, I want to. Everything starts out fine and then it just stops, like a switch flips. His wife looked down for a moment, then back up at him. She's been blaming herself, thinking it's because she gained a little weight after the kids, thinking she's not attractive anymore. She's been crying, getting depressed over it. He shook his head gently. I keep telling her it's not her, but I don't know what is causing it. That's why we're here. I'm hoping to understand what's happening, and I'm hoping she can ask whatever she needs to ask too. He nodded once, respectfully. That's my story. Then he sat down, calm, composed, and relieved to have said it out loud.
Blake stood, giving Vincent a respectful nod. Before I respond, I want to say thank you for your service. A soft ripple moved through the room, not applause, not anything loud. Just that low, warm murmur older men make when they're acknowledging something important. Thank you. Appreciate you. Respect, brother. Vincent nodded once the way military men do when they're accepting gratitude without making a big deal out of it. Blake continued, his tone steady and clinical but warm. What you described is something I see often in men who've spent years in high-stress environments, especially military service. He kept everything grounded and factual. When a man spends years in a state of alertness, the nervous system adapts to that. It stays on guard. Even after you come home, your body doesn't always recognize that it's safe. A few men shifted in their seats, listening closely. That constant readiness affects hormones, blood flow, sleep, and the brain's ability to switch into relaxation and sexual function depends heavily on the body feeling safe. If the nervous system is still in protection mode, it can interrupt the signals needed to maintain an erection. He glanced at Vincent's wife, making sure she felt included. This isn't about attraction. It's not about desire. It's not about weight or appearance. What you're describing is a physiological response, not a reflection of how he feels about you. Then he turned back to Vincent. The pattern you mentioned. Things starting out fine and then suddenly stopping, is very common when the sympathetic nervous system kicks in. It's not a choice. It's not a lack of interest. It's the body reacting to old training and old stress. His voice stayed calm and reassuring. And the good news is that this is treatable. There are medical approaches, behavioral approaches, and nervous system-based approaches that help reset that response. You're not alone in this, and you're not stuck with it. Vincent nodded slowly, absorbing every word.
Amethyst stepped in softly, her voice warm and steady. I want to speak to you for a moment, she said to Vincent's wife. Everything you're feeling is normal. When something changes in the bedroom, partners almost always blame themselves first. The woman's eyes softened, but nothing you said points to you being the cause. Not your body, not your weight, not anything you did or didn't do. Her tone was gentle, not pitying, just honest. When a man's nervous system is overwhelmed, his body can shut down even when his heart and mind are fully present. It's not rejection. It's not disinterest. It's biology. Vincent's wife nodded, a small breath leaving her chest. Amethyst continued, and the fact that you're here with him says a lot about your relationship. You're a team, and teams get through things like this. The woman blinked, this time with relief instead of fear. As we go through the seminar, please ask anything you need. Nothing is too personal. Nothing is inappropriate. You deserve clarity just as much as he does. She nodded again, more confidently now.
Peggy leaned toward Earl, still whispering like she was trying not to disturb church service. Earl, I could have sworn LT and Marissa were even talking about getting married. But I'm still trying to figure this out. Earl kept his eyes forward. Peggy, please, will you let this go? Peggy shook her head slightly. But Earl, I cannot figure out what happened. Is he cheating on her? Are they together? What is going on? Earl scratched the side of his head. Peggy, please. Before she could whisper anything else, a deep baritone voice filled the room. Stanley rose from his seat, a big, broad-shouldered man with the kind of strength that comes from decades of real labor. He still had on his safety vest from his early morning shift. The reflector strips caught the light as he straightened up. "Hello, everyone," he said, his voice rich and steady. "My name is Stanley." He looked over at Vincent. "And sir, thank you for your service." Vincent gave him a respectful nod. Stanley continued. "I'm a safety inspection supervisor. I train a lot of the inspectors who go out into buildings, checking fire codes, sprinkler systems, alarms, mold, structural issues. All of it. I've been doing this work since I was a teenager, started in construction, worked my way up." He glanced down at his vest. "I apologize for still being in uniform. Our day starts before the roosters crow." Earl and Peggy nodded knowingly. Stanley went on. "My wife is here with me today. We've been married a long time, raised our kids, watched them leave the nest. And now it's just us. I just can't get it up. I can't. Everything starts fine and then nothing. My wife has been beating herself up over it. Same as this gentleman's wife." He nodded toward Vincent. "I keep telling her it's not her. She came today because she wants to understand what's going on. And I'm here because I want to understand too." He took a breath. "I work long hours. I'm up at 3 or 4 in the morning. I'm on my job 12 hours. I come home, shower, eat, and I'm done. I'm exhausted. And even on my days off, my mind is still in work mode. I'm checking emails, answering calls, keeping my phone closed in case someone needs something." His wife nodded quietly beside him. "It frustrates her, and I get it. But that's what the job calls for. It pays good. I love what I do, but I love my wife more." His voice softened. "And I feel like I'm failing her as a man, not because of ego, just because that's how it feels." He looked around the room, seeing a few men nodding in understanding. "That's my story." Then he sat down, steady, honest, and relieved to have said it out loud.
Blake nodded toward Stanley with genuine respect. "Stanley,
Thank you for sharing that what you're describing is extremely common in men who work long, demanding hours, especially in fields where you're responsible for safety, deadlines, and constant vigilance. His tone stayed calm and clinical, but warm enough to keep the room steady. When you're waking up at 3 or 4 in the morning, working 12-hour shifts and staying mentally alert all day, your body is running on stress hormones, cortisol stays high, adrenaline stays active. Your mind doesn't get a chance to switch off. A few men nodded. They knew that feeling. Sexual function depends on the parasympathetic nervous system, the part of the body that handles rest, relaxation, and intimacy. But if your body is stuck in work mode, stuck in responsibility mode, stuck in stay alert mode, it can interrupt the signals needed for an erection. He glanced at Stanley's wife to include her. This isn't about attraction, it's not about desire, it's not about your wife doing anything wrong. It's about exhaustion, hormone imbalance, and the nervous system being overworked. Then he turned back to Stanley. The guilt you're feeling, that sense of I'm failing her, is something I hear from a lot of men. But I want you to understand something clearly. This is not a reflection of your masculinity. It's a reflection of your workload. His voice softened. And the good news is that this is treatable. There are medical options, lifestyle adjustments, and nervous system strategies that can help reset your body's ability to shift into intimacy mode again. Stanley nodded slowly, absorbing every word. Tarquin stepped in with that calm, grounded presence he's known for. Stanley, I want to add something from the nervous system side of things. His voice was steady, thoughtful, never judgmental. You've spent your whole adult life being responsible for other people's safety. Your brain is trained to scan for danger, spot problems, stay alert, and stay ahead of anything that could go wrong. He let that settle. That kind of work rewires the nervous system. Even when you're home, your mind doesn't fully clock out, your body stays in that on-duty mode. A few men nodded. They knew exactly what he meant. Intimacy requires the opposite state. It requires your body to feel off-duty, safe, unrushed, unpressured. But when your nervous system is still in work mode, it's not that you don't want your wife, it's that your body can't switch gears fast enough. He looked at Stanley's wife with gentle clarity. This is not about you, it's not about attraction, it's not about desire, it's about a nervous system that's been overworked for years. Then he turned back to Stanley. And the guilt you're carrying, that less than a man feeling, is something we're going to work through today. Because what you're experiencing is not weakness, it's physiology. And it's fixable. Stanley's wife gave a small, relieved nod. Stanley exhaled quietly, the way a man does when he finally hears something that makes sense.
Daniel stood up slowly, a man in his late 40s with a calm, steady presence. He had that look older working men get, tired around the eyes, but still carrying himself with dignity. Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel. A few men nodded back. He gave a small smile. Some of you probably guessed it. I used to be a mortician. A couple of men raised their eyebrows knowingly. Yeah, he said, that's one job you never have to worry about losing. There's always work. A soft ripple of chuckles moved through the room. I loved the job. It was my family's business. But a couple years ago, I started getting dizzy spells, real bad ones, headaches too. I figured maybe it was low iron, low B12, something simple. He shrugged lightly. I'm retired, but I'm one of those retired guys who refuses to sit still. I worked security for years before that. Did that job successfully, retired from it, and still couldn't stop working.
so I went into the family business. He paused, steady and honest. But the dizziness got worse, the weakness too. I couldn't do the mortician work anymore, so I stepped back. He nodded toward Dr. Hale. "I saw this gentleman here, Dr. Hale. I don't have my test results yet." He said he'd go over them with me when they came in. Dr. Hale gave a small, professional nod. Daniel continued. "My wife couldn't be here today. She's in the medical field and duty called. We've got 2 kids still at home. Everything's good in our family. No problems there." His voice softened. "But about 2 years ago, right around the time the dizziness started, things started changing in the bedroom. The room stayed quiet, respectful. My wife and I haven't made love in several weeks. And it's not her. She's beautiful. She's ready. She's patient. It's me." He exhaled slowly. "When she wants to be close, there's nothing, not even a hint I want to. I really do. But my body just won't respond." He looked around the room, seeing a few men nodding in understanding. "And like these gentlemen said, I don't feel like a man when that happens. I feel horrible. I feel like I'm letting her down." He nodded once, respectfully. "That's why I'm here." And he sat down, steady, honest, and carrying the quiet weight of a man who's been confused for a long time.
Blake gave Daniel a steady, respectful nod. "Daniel, thank you for sharing what you described. The dizziness, the weakness, the headaches, and the changes in sexual function. Those symptoms often show up together. They're not random, and they're not a reflection of your masculinity." His tone stayed calm and clinical, but warm enough to keep Daniel grounded. When a man starts experiencing sudden fatigue, dizziness and difficulty maintaining an erection, it usually means the body is trying to tell us something. Not something to panic about, something to pay attention to. A few men nodded quietly. Sexual function depends on healthy blood flow, stable hormones, and a nervous system that's not under strain. When any of those systems are disrupted, the body can struggle to respond the way it used to. He glanced toward Dr. Hale briefly, then back to Daniel. "You did the right thing by getting checked out. And I want you to hear this clearly. What you're experiencing is not about attraction, desire, or anything your wife is or isn't doing. This is a physical issue, not a relationship issue." Daniel nodded slowly, absorbing the reassurance. Blake continued. "Once we review your test results, we'll have a much clearer picture of what's going on. But based on what you've shared, I want you to know this. You're not alone. You're not broken. And this is something we can address." Daniel exhaled, not dramatically, just a quiet release of tension. While Blake spoke, Dr. Hale opened Daniel's file on his lap. He didn't interrupt. He didn't react. He simply reviewed the numbers with the calm focus of a man who'd done this for decades. His eyes moved over the lab results, glucose levels, A1C, kidney markers, vascular indicators, and he made a few notes in the margin. He kept his expression neutral, professional, not worried, not alarmed, just gathering information. When Blake finished speaking, Hale closed the folder gently and gave Daniel a small, reassuring nod.
The kind that said, "We'll talk soon, you're in good hands." He didn't reveal anything yet. He didn't jump ahead. He respected the process, but the audience could feel it. Something in that chart mattered, and it would come up later, when the time was right.
Tarquin didn't rush. He waited until Daniel settled back into his chair, then spoke in that low, steady voice that always made the room lean in without realizing it. "Daniel, I want to add something from the nervous system perspective." Daniel looked over, attentive but not tense. When a man starts experiencing dizziness, weakness, headaches, and then changes in sexual function, that's the body communicating, not emotionally, physically. His tone was calm, matter-of-fact. A lot of men think intimacy issues start in the mind. But in cases like yours, the body usually sends warnings long before the bedroom does. A few men nodded. They knew that feeling of ignoring symptoms until they piled up. You mentioned that the dizziness and weakness started around the same time. The intimacy change, that's not coincidence. That's a pattern. He didn't look at Dr. Hale's chart dramatically, just a brief professional acknowledgement that the medical side mattered. When the body is struggling to regulate energy, blood flow, and stability, it will always prioritize survival over intimacy. Not because you don't want your wife, not because you're not attracted, but because your body is trying to conserve resources. Daniel's shoulders eased a little, like someone finally making sense of something that had been bothering him for years. Tarquin continued, "And I want to be very clear about this. Nothing you describe points to a failure on your part. This isn't about desire. It isn't about effort. It isn't about masculinity." His voice stayed steady, clinical, but compassionate. This is your body asking for help. And once we understand what's happening physically, the rest becomes much easier to address. Daniel nodded, slow, steady, relieved. Across the room, Dr. Hale closed the chart again with that same calm professionalism, ready for the moment when he would explain everything. The room felt grounded. The men felt understood. And Daniel no longer felt alone.
Homer stood up slowly. He was thin, the kind of thin that comes from working hard and eating whatever you can afford. His clothes were clean but worn. His posture was humble, but not defeated. "Hello everyone, my name is Homer." A few men nodded back. He gave a small, almost apologetic smile. "Some of you might know me. I've probably done some of your yards." 2 men nodded immediately. They recognized him. "I also do fencing work and I'm on Craigslist under Homer's Home Improvements." A couple more men nodded. They'd seen the listing. Homer continued, steady and honest. "I know I don't look like it, but I actually have a lovely wife." The room softened instantly. "We got evicted about a month ago. The women's shelter took her in. I ended up at the YMCA for men." He didn't say it with shame, just truth. "We're trying to figure out how to get housing together. If we go through welfare, they won't let me live with her. So we're stuck. Maybe someone here can point me to some resources later." He took a breath,
We love each other very much, and the times we can see each other, we haven't been able to be together in about 3 months. A few men reacted quietly. A low murmur, a soft gasp. 3 months was a long time. Homer nodded. It's not her, she thinks it is, but it's not. I don't know what happened. It's like a deflated balloon, nothing, absolutely nothing. He shook his head gently. And as much as I want to, there's just nothing there. I don't know if it's the stress, the food, the sleeping situation. I don't know. He looked around the room, not embarrassed, just tired. That's my story. Then he sat down, quiet, humble, and carrying the weight of a man who's been surviving on fumes.
Blake didn't jump into explanations. He leaned forward slightly. Homer, before I say anything medical, can you tell me what your diet looks like on a typical day? Homer nodded, almost relieved someone finally asked. Well, I get up in the morning, and the YMCA gives out those ramen noodle cups, so I go over to the coffee machine and make one of those. A few men exchanged quiet glances. They knew that life. Then I go to work. I probably work about 6 hours before I take a lunch. I'll go over to the food bank. Sometimes they give us these lunch boxes, a granola bar, some potato chips, a sandwich. He shrugged. Sometimes it's just more ramen noodles. That's pretty much what I eat. He rubbed the back of his neck. I'll get a soda from the machine sometimes, or I'll drink whatever juice they put in the lunchbox, that high sugar stuff. He looked up, honest and unashamed. Yeah, that's my diet. The room went quiet, not judgmental, just absorbing the reality. Blake nodded slowly, processing. Homer, thank you for explaining that. What you just described tells me a lot. His tone was gentle, not clinical. Your body is running on very little protein, very little healthy fat, and almost no stable energy sources, ramen, chips, candy bars, sodas. Again, no judgment. But those foods don't support blood flow, hormone balance, or energy regulation. Homer listened closely. When a man is under extreme stress and eating mostly high salt, high sugar, low nutrient foods, the body goes into survival mode, and in survival mode, sexual function shuts down first. A few men nodded. They understood survival mode. This isn't about desire. It's not about attraction. It's not about your wife. This is your body trying to conserve energy because it doesn't have enough to spare. Blake kept his voice steady. Once we get you connected to resources, stabilize your nutrition, and reduce some of the physical strain, your body will have a much better chance of responding the way you want it to. Homer nodded slowly, relief settling into his shoulders. Tarquin stepped in with that calm, grounded presence he's known for. Homer, I want to add something from the nervous system side. Homer looked over. When a man is living in survival mode, unstable housing, inconsistent meals, long hours of physical labor, the nervous system stays on high alert. It doesn't shut off. He didn't say it with pity, just truth. And when the nervous system is stuck in survival mode, intimacy becomes impossible, not emotionally. Physically, the body redirects blood flow and energy towards staying alive. Homer blinked, taking that in. Your body isn't rejecting your wife, it's protecting you. It's saying, I don't have enough resources to do anything extra. He finished with quiet authority. You're not broken, you're exhausted, and exhaustion is treatable. Homer nodded again, this time with a little more steadiness. Amethyst leaned forward slightly, her voice warm and soft. Homer, I want to speak to your wife for a moment, even though she's not here. Homer's eyes softened. Women in her situation often blame themselves. They think they're not attractive enough, or that something changed in the relationship, but nothing you describe points to her being the cause. Her tone was gentle, never pitying.
Your wife is in a shelter, you're in a men's facility, you're both trying to survive. Your body is responding to stress, not to her. Homer nodded, grateful. And the fact that you two still meet when you can, that tells me your relationship is strong, you're fighting for each other, that matters. She gave him a small, reassuring smile. When your circumstances stabilize, your intimacy has every chance of returning, and until then, please don't carry this as a failure. It's not. Homer exhaled a quiet, shaky breath of relief.
Amethyst leaned forward slightly, her voice warm and soft. Homer, I want to speak to your wife for a moment, even though she's not here. Homer's eyes softened. Women in her situation often blame themselves. They think they're not attractive enough, or that something changed in the relationship, but nothing you described points to her being the cause. Her tone was gentle, never pitying. Your wife is in a shelter, you're in a men's facility. You're both trying to survive. Your body is responding to stress, not to her. Homer nodded, grateful. And the fact that you two still meet when you can, that tells me your relationship is strong. You're fighting for each other. That matters. She gave him a small, reassuring smile. When your circumstances stabilize, your intimacy has every chance of returning. And until then, please don't carry this as a failure. It's not. Homer exhaled, a quiet, shaky breath of relief.
The room loosened like a pressure valve finally releasing. The Facilitators. Blake, Tarquin, Amethyst, and Dr. Hale naturally drifted toward one corner of the room. Not huddled, not secretive, just professionals regrouping. Blake flipped through his notes, murmuring something low to Hale. Hale nodded, tapping the edge of Daniel's chart with a pen. Tarquin added a quiet observation, hands in his pockets, posture relaxed but attentive. Amethyst stepped away for a moment, slipping out to wash her hands, freshen up, maybe reset her energy. She returned a minute later, and then Tarquin stepped out briefly, stretching his legs, grounding himself. They moved in and out naturally, like people who've done this work together for years. Eventually, all four gathered again, quietly reviewing notes, comparing impressions, preparing for the next wave of stories. Peggy immediately reached into her purse. She always had that bottle of hand sanitizer ready. Earl held out his hands. "Go on, baby." She squeezed a generous amount into his palms. He rubbed it in, then reached into the little snack bag she'd packed. Peggy pretended to be focused on her snack, but her eyes kept drifting right to the mysterious woman sitting near LT. Earl noticed. "Peggy, don't even think about it." Peggy whispered back, eyes still locked on the woman. "But honey, what is going on? He's been coming here with Marissa every single session. I'm just trying to figure it out." Earl shook his head. "Baby, please, trust me. You don't want to get involved." Peggy folded her arms, still watching. Rich and LT were talking quietly, nothing dramatic, just two men catching up. Then Rich stood up, slipped out into the hallway, and disappeared around the corner. No one knew where he went. No one asked. He moved like a man used to keeping his business private. LT and the mystery woman. The woman leaned toward LT, whispering something. He nodded. They stood up together, casual, not sneaky, and walked out of the room. Peggy's eyes widened. Earl didn't even look at her. "Peggy, don't say it." Peggy whispered. But Earl, no. The other man,
A few men stepped into the hallway to call their wives. One man paced slowly, phone pressed to his ear. Another leaned against the wall, nodding as he listened. A third man laughed softly, a rare moment of lightness. Some stayed inside, scrolling through messages, stretching or quietly talking to each other. The return. After about 10 minutes, people began trickling back in. Rich returned first, carrying a small bag of snacks. LT came back with 2 vending machine items, one for himself, one for the woman. The woman returned with a bottle of water. A few men came back with lunch boxes, apples, fruit cups, sandwiches their wives had packed. Everyone settled back into their seats, the room slowly regaining its focus. The energy shifted, calmer, grounded, ready.
A chair creaked, and the room instinctively quieted. Olson stood up, sturdy, steady, and carrying that unmistakable grown man strength. Older man of his head was full of thick white hair, every strand earned. He had that Uncle Jesse charm, the kind that made people smile before he even spoke. Blake nodded respectfully and gestured for him to take the floor. Olson cleared his throat. Hey, everybody, name's Olson. His voice had that warm, gravelly tone older firemen get after decades of shouting over sirens and smoke. He looked over at Vincent. And thank you for your service there, young man. Vincent nodded, still crunching on his carrots. Olson planted his feet like a man who'd stood in burning buildings and lived to tell the story. All right. As you can probably figure out, I'm looking around this room and it appears I'm the senior citizen in the group. A ripple of chuckles moved through the room. Olson raised a finger. But don't let this gray hair fool you. You youngins, I still got it. More laughter. Not mocking, just impressed. My wife still loves me. She's at work today, couldn't make it. But we're very much in love. Kids are grown, out the house, finally. He gave a playful sigh of relief. And let me tell you, once those kids left, me and my wife were having ourselves a good old time too. Sometimes 3 times a week, no problem. A few men chuckled, shaking their heads like, all right, old man, we see you. Olson nodded proudly. Then about a month ago, something happened. Started out fine, everything working like it always did. And then, he made a small downward gesture with his hand. Just like the young man said, a deflated balloon. The room laughed softly, not at him, but with him. His tone shifted, still light but honest. And you don't know how much that hits a man makes you feel. Well, you know. He shrugged. So that's why I'm here. I'm healthy as a horse. Don't drink, don't smoke, eat right, walk every morning, picture of health. He spread his hands. I just can't figure it out. Then he sat down, steady, dignified, and still carrying that natural humor that made the whole room feel lighter.
Still wearing that proud half smile after telling his story. When the soft knock came at the door window, the security guard leaned in, checking the room. Rich tensed immediately, shoulders tightening, jaw locking for a split second. LT lowered his head, not sure if it was someone from his past. The few men glanced toward the door, curious. Blake walked over with that calm, professional stride he always had. He looked through the window, and his whole face lit up. He smiled wide, the kind of smile that said this is good news, and he opened the door fully. Standing there was a woman and brought a breeze of French air with her.
She was beautiful in that real grown woman way, confident, warm, and glowing from a long day's work. She wore a diner-style uniform with a name badge clipped to the front. Her hair was mostly gray, but it suited her, earned, dignified. Striking, she carried herself like someone who had lived, served, and loved deeply. She stepped inside, a little shy, but smiling. Olson's entire face lit up like a porch light at dusk. He stood up immediately, sturdy, proud, chest out like a man showing off the best part of his life. "Everyone, this is my beautiful wife." The room softened instantly. She gave a small wave, cheeks warm with embarrassment and pride. Olson continued, beaming. "She's been working over at the American Legion, just got off. She didn't know I was talking. Thought y'all were still doing the lesson." The men nodded respectfully. Olson added, with that natural humor, "She's ex-military, too tougher than me, if we're being honest." She nudged him gently, smiling. The men chuckled, not at them, but because the love between them was obvious, refreshing, and grounding. She sat down beside him, and Olson placed his hand on her knee, like a man who'd been waiting all day to see her. Peggy whispered to Earl, "Now that's a beautiful couple." Earl nodded. That's what 40+ years of love looks like."
Blake waited a moment. He let the room feel the warmth of Olson's wife, sitting beside him. The way Olson's whole posture softened, the way the men smiled at the sight of a couple that had clearly weathered decades together. He didn't rush. He didn't cut the moment short. Then, with that calm, steady presence he carried so naturally, Blake stepped back toward the center of the room. He gave Olson and his wife a respectful nod. "Olson, thank you for sharing your story. And thank you for bringing your wife into the room with us today. It's clear the two of you have built something strong over the years." Olson grinned, proud as ever. His wife squeezed his hand. Blake continued, his tone warm but professional. "What you described, being healthy, active, eating well, feeling good, and then suddenly noticing a change. That's something we take seriously. Sudden shifts in sexual function, especially in men who are otherwise in good health, can have a few different causes." He didn't diagnose. He didn't jump ahead. He simply grounded the room. And I want to say this clearly. Your age doesn't disqualify you from intimacy. It doesn't mean you should expect problems. Many men your age are still sexually active, still connected, still capable. So you're not alone. And you're not out of place here. A few men nodded, some younger, some older, appreciating the respect in Blake's tone. Blake glanced around the room, making sure everyone was with him. "We're going to explore your situation the same way we explore everyone else's, with curiosity, not assumptions. And we'll look at the medical side, the nervous system side, and the relational side." He gave Olson a small, reassuring smile. "You did the right thing by coming." Olson nodded, his wife patting his knee. Blake took a breath, letting the room settle again. Then he shifted his stance. That subtle facilitator cue that the session was moving forward. "All right, let's continue." The men straightened in their chairs.
The room quieted. The energy refocused. Someone else was getting ready to stand.
Dr. Hale sat with Olson's chart open on his lap, pen moving steadily. He wasn't rushing. He was documenting every detail with the precision of a man who'd done this for decades. Tarquin leaned over slightly, speaking to him in a low voice. They weren't gossiping. They were comparing notes, connecting patterns, preparing for the moment when Hale would take the floor. Every now and then, Hale nodded, jotting something down. Across the room, Amethyst was gathering writing pads and pens, placing them neatly on the front table. She knew. When Dr. Hale spoke, people took notes. Blake stood at the front, hands loosely clasped, giving the room time to breathe. Blake scanned the room with that calm, patient professionalism he carried so naturally. All right, who would like to go next? Silence. Men looked around, waiting for someone else to move first. LT stared at the floor, thumb rubbing the edge of his phone. Rich rubbed his chin, eyes distant. A few men shifted in their seats. Olson rested his hand on his wife's knee, content. Peggy watched everyone like she was reading a novel. Blake didn't push. He didn't fill the silence. He let it breathe. Then finally, a hand went up. Nick. Young, tired, nervous, but brave. Blake nodded. Go ahead, Nick. Nick stood slowly, wiping his palms on his pants. He was around the same age as Rich and LT, mid-20s, hard-working, worn down by life more than years. He cleared his throat. Hi, everyone. My name is Nick. A few men nodded. They recognized him. Nick gave a small, shy smile. I think I've seen some of you come by the diner for coffee. Two men nodded immediately. They knew exactly who he was. Nick continued, voice steady but tired. I didn't think I'd ever have a problem like this, not at my age. I'm in my late 20s. I didn't understand how something like this could even happen. The older men listened with respect. The younger men listened with recognition. My girlfriend. She was living with me. She left. A few men shifted. They'd heard this story before. She didn't have the information. She just assumed because I couldn't perform that I was cheating. Several men groaned quietly, not at him, but at the unfairness. Nick nodded. She got that in her head from her girlfriends. They told her, yeah, girl, that's the first sign you gotta leave him. The men exchanged looks, annoyed, frustrated, sympathetic. Nick swallowed. I work 8 hours every morning at the diner. When I come home, all I want to do is take a bath, eat, and go straight to bed. Stanley nodded. He understood that exhaustion. It's not even just being tired. It's like, I can't. We used to be together almost every day. But now, nothing. He shook his head. I thought maybe it was stress, maybe work. But I'm here to find out what's going on. As he spoke, Dr. Hale and Tarquin exchanged a look, not dramatic, just professional. They were both looking at Nick's chart. A new medication was listed, something that could absolutely affect sexual function. Hale tapped the page lightly. Tarquin nodded. They knew something Nick didn't know yet, and Blake would guide him there gently. Nick sat down, shoulders heavy but relieved to finally say it out loud.
Blake gave Nick a steady, respectful nod. The kind that told him he wasn't being judged, just heard. He didn't rush. He let Nick settle back into his chair, let the room absorb what he'd said. Then Blake spoke in that calm, even tone he used when he wanted a young man to feel safe enough to stay in the room. Nick, thank you for being honest about what's been happening. What you're describing is actually very common in men your age, especially when you're working long hours and carrying a lot of stress. Nick looked up, surprised. He'd expected to be the odd one out. Blake continued. Working 8 hours on your feet at a diner, dealing with customers, rushing, lifting, cleaning, that's physical strain. And when you come home exhausted, your body isn't in a state where it can shift into intimacy easily. A few men nodded. They knew that grind. Blake glanced briefly toward Dr. Hale's notes, then back to Nick. I also want to point out something important. You recently started a new medication. Some medications, especially certain blood pressure medications, antidepressants, and even some allergy medications, can directly affect sexual function. Nick's eyes widened. He hadn't even considered that. Blake kept his tone steady, reassuring. This isn't about cheating, it's not about desire, it's not about attraction, and it's not about your age. It's about your body responding to stress, exhaustion, and possibly a medication side effect. Nick exhaled a quiet, shaky breath of relief. You didn't do anything wrong, and your girlfriend didn't have the information she needed. That's why we're here, to give you the facts so you can understand what's happening in your body. Nick nodded slowly, absorbing every word. Tarquin stepped in next, his voice low, steady and grounded, the kind of tone that makes a young man feel seen without being exposed. Nick, I want to add something from the nervous system perspective. Nick turned toward him. When you're working long hours, dealing with stress and feeling pressure at home, your nervous system shifts into a state where it's trying to keep you functioning, not connecting. He didn't say it with pity, just truth. Your body is prioritizing survival, not intimacy, not pleasure, not performance. Nick swallowed, understanding himself in a new way. And when your girlfriend interpreted your exhaustion as cheating, that added emotional stress on top of physical stress. That combination shuts the body down even more. A few men nodded. They'd lived that, darn on it. Tarquin continued. You're not broken, you're overwhelmed, and overwhelmed bodies don't perform, they protect. Nick blinked, taking that in. Once we understand the medical side, the medication side, and the stress side, we can help you get back to where you were. This isn't permanent. It's a response to what you've been carrying. Nick nodded again, this time with a little more steadiness.
Amethyst waited until Blake and Tarquin finished, then stepped forward just a little, not to take over, but to soften the space around Nick. Her voice was warm, steady, and calm. Nick, I want to speak to the part of you that thinks this is your fault. Nick looked up, eyes tired but open. You're young, you're hardworking. You're carrying more than most people your age, and when your body started responding to that stress, you didn't have the information to explain it, and neither did your girlfriend. She didn't blame the girlfriend. She didn't shame Nick. She just named the truth. When a woman doesn't understand what's happening, she fills in the blanks with fear, and fear often sounds like suspicion. A few men nodded. They'd lived that, I know it. Amethyst continued, her tone soft but clear. Your body didn't fail her, it didn't fail you. It was overwhelmed, and overwhelmed bodies shut down intimacy long before they shut down anything else. Nick swallowed, taking that in. You weren't cheating, you weren't losing interest. You weren't pulling away, you were exhausted, stressed, and on a medication that can affect performance. She gave him a small, reassuring smile. If she had known the truth, the medical truth, she might have understood. But you didn't have the language to explain it. and she didn't have the tools to interpret it. Nick's shoulders loosened a little. Amethyst finished with the kind of gentle strength she's known for. You're not broken, Nick. You're not too young to be here. You're not alone. And once we help you understand what your body is doing, you'll be able to move forward with confidence, whether that's with her or with someone who listens to you fully. Nick nodded slowly, the first real relief settling into his face. The room felt softer, more grounded, more human.
Blake scanned the room after Nick sat down. Who'd like to go next? Silence. LT stared at the floor. Rich rubbed his chin, jaw tight. A few men shifted. The older men waited patiently. They'd seen this kind of hesitation before. Then, slowly, LT raised his hand. Not high, just enough. Blake nodded immediately. Go ahead, LT. LT stood, tall, masculine, steady, but there was a stiffness in his shoulders. This wasn't a fight he could muscle through. This was vulnerability, and it showed. He cleared his throat. Hello, everyone. My name is LT. His voice was deep, but there was a crack in it, not weakness, just honesty. He glanced at the woman beside him, the mystery woman, then looked away quickly. He didn't want eyes on her. He didn't want assumptions. He stumbled. I don't really know how to say this. Blake didn't move, didn't rush him, didn't rescue him. The older men watched with quiet respect. They had sons his age. They knew exactly what this moment cost him. LT tried again. Everything was fine with me, and that department always been fine. He swallowed. But something happened. He rubbed his palms together, a rare nervous gesture for him. I work all day, and on weekends I'd spend time with my girl, not this one here. Peggy let out a tiny involuntary. Ooh, Earl didn't even look at her. Peggy. A firm whisper. Shh. LT continued, eyes fixed on the floor. Anyway, I went to spend the weekend with my ex-girlfriend like we always did, and nothing, absolutely nothing. A few men nodded. They'd been there. That had never happened to me ever. He shook his head, still confused. I told her I was tired, thought maybe it was just a long week. He took a breath. Next weekend, nothing. Another breath, weekend after that, nothing. Nick looked over. They were the same age, same struggle. LT noticed. Nick, looks like you and me are in the same boat. Nick nodded, quietly grateful. LT continued. My ex, she got it in her head that I was cheating, and I'll be real. I'm man enough to admit it. I used to have that reputation. A few men nodded knowingly. They lived that past too. So that was the first thing she thought, and she called it quits. He exhaled, a long, heavy breath. And now I'm trying to figure out what I did wrong. His voice softened, not weak, just human. Honestly, after the last seminar when the Human Society came, I got me a little puppy. The room softened instantly. Got a couple fish, a bird, and that's what's been keeping me going, keeping me grounded. Amethyst's eyes softened. She didn't even realize Tarquin was writing that down. LT finished quietly. It really messed with my manhood, and I think that's why I wanted the animals, something to take care of, something that wouldn't judge me. He looked up at Blake. Dr. Blake. I'm here to find out why this has happened, especially at my age. Then he sat, steady, masculine, but carrying the weight of a man who finally said something he never thought he'd say out loud. The room didn't move, didn't breathe. They respected him
much. Blake didn't jump in fast. He let LT sit with what he just shared. The courage, the embarrassment, the honesty. Then he stepped forward slightly, voice calm and steady. LT, thank you for saying that out loud. What you described. Everything working fine, then suddenly not. That's something we take seriously. LT nodded once, jaw tight. You're young, you're active, you're working long hours. And when a sudden change happens in a man your age, it usually means your body is reacting to something. Stress, exhaustion, a shift in hormones, or even something as simple as sleep disruption. A few men nodded. They knew that grind. Blake continued. You mentioned working all day, then spending weekends with your girlfriend. That's a lot of physical and emotional demand. And when your body hits a wall, it doesn't give you a warning. It just shuts the system down. LT swallowed, listening hard. This isn't about your masculinity. It's not about your reputation. It's not about desire. It's your body saying, I'm overwhelmed. Blake kept his tone grounded, not soft, not clinical, just real. And the fact that it happened repeatedly tells me this isn't a character issue. It's a physiological response. Something in your system changed, and we're going to help you figure out what that is. LT nodded slowly, relief flickering across his face. Tarquan stepped in next, voice low and steady. The kind of tone that makes a young man feel seen without being exposed. LT, I want to talk about what happens to the nervous system when a man is carrying more than he realizes. LT looked over, eyes guarded but open. You've been working, providing, trying to keep your life steady. And when you're under that kind of pressure, your nervous system shifts into survival mode. He didn't say it with pity, just truth. Survival mode shuts down intimacy, not emotionally. Physically, the body redirects energy away from connection and toward endurance. A few men nodded. They lived that shutdown. And when your girlfriend assumed the worst, that added emotional stress on top of physical stress, that combination can shut a man down completely. LT blinked, taking that in. You didn't lose your manhood, you didn't lose your ability. Your system got overwhelmed, and overwhelmed systems don't perform, they protect. He finished with quiet authority. This is not permanent. It's a response to what you've been carrying. LT nodded again.
Amethyst stepped forward just a bit, not to soften him, but to dignify him. Her voice was warm, steady, and respectful. LT, I want to speak to the part of you that felt judged. He looked up, eyes tired but listening. When a woman doesn't understand what's happening, she fills in the blanks with fear, and fear often sounds like accusation. A few men nodded. They'd lived that dynamic. Your ex didn't have the information. She didn't know that stress, exhaustion, and emotional pressure can shut a man's body down. She interpreted it as rejection, not because she wanted to hurt you, but because she didn't understand. LT exhaled slowly, and I want you to hear this clearly. Your body didn't betray her. It didn't betray you. It was overwhelmed. Her tone stayed gentle but firm, and the fact that you turned to caring for animals, that tells me you were looking for connection that didn't judge you, didn't pressure you, didn't misunderstand you. LT's eyes softened. He hadn't expected anyone to understand that part. You're not broken. You're not weak. You're not less of a man, you're a young man whose body reacted to stress and whose heart needed something steady. She gave him a small, reassuring nod. You're in the right place, and we're gonna help you understand what's happening so you can move forward with confidence. LT sat back, shoulders loosening for the first time since he stood. The room felt grounded, respectful, human.
Tarquin stood, stretching his back a little, and spoke in that calm, steady tone he used when he wanted the room to reset without losing the emotional thread. All right, everyone, let's take another 10-minute break. When we come back, we'll finish the remaining stories, and then Dr. Hale will respond to each one. The room exhaled. Two young men had just shared things they never thought they'd say out loud. The older men felt it. The facilitators felt it. Even the air felt heavier. People stood up slowly, not rushed, not chaotic, just decompressing. Blake, Amethyst, Tarquin, and Dr. Hale moved to the corner. Hale had his charts open, pen moving steadily. Tarquin was pointing to something in LT's notes. Blake was listening, arms folded, nodding. Amethyst was organizing folders, pens, and notepads for Hale's upcoming teaching session. They weren't gossiping. They were preparing. Men headed to the restroom, stretching their legs, grabbing snacks. Earl leaned close to Peggy. Peg, promise me you're not gonna say nothing to LT about that girl. Just stay out of it, baby, please. Peggy held up her hands. I ain't saying nothing, I'm just watching. Earl shook his head, chuckling. That's what worries me. He headed to the restroom across the room. LT and Rich were talking quietly. Two young men who finally felt less alone. The mystery woman was on her phone, scrolling calm. Peggy watched her like she was reading a mystery novel. A few minutes later, Earl returned. Peggy stood. I'm gonna run to the ladies' room. She left. Then LT stood to go to the restroom. And right on cue, the mystery woman stood and followed. Not dramatically, just naturally. Rich watched him go, rubbing his chin. Earl leaned toward him, check on him later, make sure he's all right. Rich nodded. He's good, girl, just looking out for him. Earl nodded, that made sense to him. People trickled back in. Amethyst had the folders and notepads neatly arranged. Hale was reviewing his notes one last time. Blake closed the door gently, signaling the session was resuming. Earl stood near the front, giving people time to settle. The room was calmer now, focused, ready. As Blake walked toward the front, Rich's eyes flicked toward the door window. Someone was peeking in, a man in a baseball cap. Rich froze for half a second, then smiled. A real smile, because he recognized him. His parole officer, not the tense, clipboard-holding kind of visit. Not the sit down, we need to talk kind. This was the quick kind. The kind that meant low-risk status, the kind that meant progress, the kind that meant early release was getting closer. Tarquin noticed. Hale noticed. Blake noticed. Peggy whispered loudly to Earl. Baby, we've seen this before with our oldest. This is a good sign. This is a good sign. Earl whispered back. Peggy, she gon' hear you. Rich kept smiling, small, proud, private. The PO didn't enter. He just observed through the window, checking protocol, making sure Rich was where he said he'd be. Blake gave a tiny nod, professional acknowledgement, then turned back to the room. Blake stepped forward. All right, who would like to go next? The room quieted. The PO stayed at the window watching. And the next man began to rise.
Blake returned to the front of the room, calm and patient as always. All right. We're ready for anyone else who'd like to share. He didn't rush. He didn't scan the room with pressure. He simply waited, steady, grounded, professional. Rich didn't even look toward the door anymore. He knew his PO was still there, and that alone made him feel lighter. Peggy was already planning the next barbecue in her mind. Earl was quietly proud. Then a hand lifted. Blake nodded. Go ahead. Mitchum stood. His wife looked up at him with that soft, supportive smile. The kind that said, I'm here no matter what. She was plus-size, beautiful, warm, and carried herself with the confidence of a woman who knew her worth and her husband's heart. Mitchum cleared his throat. Hello, everyone. My name is Mitchum. His voice was deep, steady, the voice of a man who'd spent years on the road. I'm a truck driver, been with this woman right here for 20 years. He gestured toward his wife. She smiled again, proud. We got a beautiful marriage, couple kids, and we always had a great, bedroom relationship, never had a problem. A few men nodded. They respected that honesty. Mitchum continued. But about a year ago, things changed. My health changed. That's the only new thing I can think of. Dr. Hale, Tarquin, and Blake exchanged a subtle glance, not dramatic, just recognition. They already knew what was coming. My doctor told me I needed to take it easy, cut my hours, get more rest. So now I'm part-time. Local gives my body time to reset. He shook his head, but it didn't fix the problem, not even a little. The room quieted. The ED, it's severe, no response at all, nothing. Several men nodded, not judging, just understanding. I don't know what caused it. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't fool around. I just don't know. His wife reached over and touched his arm. Mitchum smiled softly. My wife, she's still with me. She says she don't care one way or the other. She just wants me healthy and happy. Peggy smiled. She understood that kind of love. Sometimes we just sit in front of the fireplace, cuddle, eat popcorn, watch movies. That's the kind of woman she is. His wife nodded, eyes warm. Mitchum took a breath. And that's my story. He sat down gently, his wife placing her hand on his knee. The room held him with respect. Blake waited until Mitchum finished and sat back down beside his wife. He didn't rush in. He let the room breathe for a moment, honoring the weight of a man who had just admitted something he'd been carrying for a year. Then Blake stepped forward, hands loosely clasped, voice warm but clinical. Mitchum, thank you for sharing that. And thank you to your wife for being here with you. The way you two support each other. That matters. It really does. His wife smiled softly, eyes warm with loyalty. Blake continued, steady and clear. You said something important. You said the only thing that changed was your health. And that's exactly where we're going to focus. A few men leaned in. They knew Blake was about to break something down. When a man goes from full function to no response at all, not partial, not inconsistent, but nothing, that almost always points to a medical cause, not psychological, not relational medical. Mitchum nodded slowly, absorbing every word. You mentioned that your doctor changed your hours, told you to rest more. My question to you is, did your doctor also add meditation to your new treatment plan? Mitchum confirmed with a yes. He then said,
It was for high blood pressure. Dr. Blake nodded knowingly and said, "That's a major clue. Certain medications, especially the ones used for blood pressure, circulation, or heart strain, can completely shut down sexual function." His wife's eyebrows lifted. She hadn't known that. Blake kept going, calm and reassuring. "And I want to be very clear. This is not your fault. You didn't cause this. You didn't do anything wrong. Your body didn't suddenly fail you. It responded to a medication that was meant to help another part of your health." Mitchum exhaled, a long, heavy breath he'd been holding for months. Blake softened his tone. "The good news is that when the cause is medication, we can work with your doctor to adjust it, change it, or find alternatives that don't affect sexual function." His wife squeezed his arm, relief washing over her face. Blake finished with quiet confidence. "You're not alone. You're not broken. And this is absolutely something we can address. Dr. Hale has reviewed your chart and is familiar with the medication you're on. When he comes up, he'll explain exactly what's happening and what your options are." Mitchum nodded, grateful. His wife wiped a small tear, not from sadness, but from relief. The room softened. Peggy smiled. Earl nodded. Even Rich glanced over with respect. Mitchum wasn't alone anymore.
Amethyst stepped forward next, her energy soft but strong, the kind of presence that makes women feel seen and men feel safe. She looked directly at Mitchum's wife, her voice warm and sincere. "I want to speak to you for a moment." The woman nodded, eyes already glistening. "You've stood by your husband through something that many couples struggle to talk about, and the way you've supported him, with patience, affection, and companionship, that is love in its purest form." The woman's chin trembled just a little. "You didn't shame him. You didn't pressure him. You didn't make him feel less than. You stayed present. You stayed gentle. You stayed connected." Peggy smiled proudly at her from across the room. Amethyst continued, "And I want you to know something important. None of this is your fault. None of this is about your body, your attractiveness, or your marriage. This is a medical issue, not a relational one." The woman nodded, wiping a tear. "And the fact that you two can sit by the fireplace, cuddle, eat popcorn, and enjoy each other's company, that tells me your marriage is strong, stronger than this moment, stronger than this challenge." Mitchum looked at his wife with gratitude. Amethyst finished with a soft smile. "You're doing everything right. And once Dr. Hale explains what's happening medically, you'll both have the clarity you deserve." The woman exhaled, relieved, validated, understood. The room softened around them.
Tarquin had just opened the floor. Blake stepped forward a bit, giving the room the patient, steady look he always gives before someone speaks. "Whoever would like to go next, the floor is yours." He didn't rush. He didn't scan the room. He simply waited. A hand lifted. Blake nodded.
Go ahead. Peter stood. He wasn't dramatic. He wasn't emotional. He was frustrated and tired of being confused. He cleared his throat. Hello, everyone. My name is Peter. A few men nodded in greeting, and I honestly do not have any clue why this is happening to me. His voice cracked just slightly, not from sadness, but from exasperation. I've had an on and off girlfriend for a while now, and this has been one of our biggest problems. He shook his head. I just want answers. That's all I want to know, what's going on with me. The room stayed quiet, respectful, listening. Rich, who hadn't looked at the door in a while, glanced over almost by accident. The window was empty. His PO was gone. No knock, no interruption. No, come here for a second. Just a quick check, the kind that meant low-risk status confirmed. Rich exhaled a long, relieved breath he didn't even realize he'd been holding. Earl noticed immediately. Peggy noticed too. Peggy whispered, "Baby, look at him, he's relieved." Earl nodded, whispering back, "That's a good sign, real good sign." Rip sat straighter, calmer, more present. He could actually focus now. Blake gave him a small nod of acknowledgement. The facilitators were listening. The men were listening. The room was ready. Peter had opened the door. Now it was time for the circle to respond. Tarquin had just opened the floor. 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 Tarquin had just opened. Tarquin had just opened the floor. Tarquin had just opened the floor. Tarquin had just opened the floor. Tarquin had just. Tarquin had just. Tarquin had just. Tarquin had just opened the floor. Tarquin had just. Tarquin had just opened the floor. Tarquin had just opened the floor. Tarquin. Tarquin had just opened the floor. Tarquin had just opened the floor. Tarquin had just opened. Tarquin
had just opened the floor.
Tarquin stepped forward after Peter finished, his presence calm and steady, the kind that settles a room without ever raising a voice. He looked at Peter with that gentle, clinical precision he's known for. Peter, I want to speak to what happens inside a man when he feels pressure to perform. Peter's shoulders eased just a little. He wasn't being judged. He was being understood. Tarquin continued. When intimacy becomes something you feel you have to get right, your nervous system shifts out of connection mode and into performance mode. And the moment your body senses pressure, even subtle pressure, it activates the same system it uses for stress, conflict, or danger. A few men nodded. They knew that feeling. That system is designed to protect you, not arouse you. It redirects blood flow away from sexual function and toward survival functions. Peter blinked. That made sense in a way no one had ever explained to him. So what you experience isn't failure. It's your body trying to help you handle emotional tension. He let that land. And when a relationship is on and off, unpredictable, or emotionally charged, your body doesn't feel safe enough to relax into intimacy. It stays alert. It stays guarded. It stays in performance mode. Peter swallowed hard. That hit home. Performance anxiety isn't about desire, it's about pressure. It's about fear of disappointing someone. It's about feeling evaluated instead of connected. He softened his tone. Your body isn't broken. It's overwhelmed, and overwhelmed bodies don't perform. They protect. Peter exhaled, a long, shaky breath of relief. Tarquin nodded gently. Once we understand the pressure, we can help your body shift back into connection mode, and that's something we'll talk more about after lunch. The room stayed quiet, respectful, absorbing every word.
Chairs scraped back. Men stretched, stood, reached for phones, and started drifting toward the hallway. Just as the movement picked up, Tarquin lifted a hand. His voice was calm, steady. Oh, before everyone heads out, if you want to have any private conversations with any of us, 2 facilitators will remain in the room at all times. 2 will take lunch, 2 will stay. Then we'll switch. Take your time, do what you need to do. If you need to talk, we're here. A few men nodded with appreciation. Then the room scattered. Most of the group stepped out, washing hands, stretching their legs, grabbing cafeteria trays. Peggy and Earl went straight to the washroom, came back with damp hands, and settled at the table. Peggy unpacked the lunch she brought for them, and for anyone else who might need something. She liked to observe. She always did. Stanley, the safety inspector, returned with his industrial-sized lunchbox, the kind that could feed a small crew. He opened it and pulled out a thermos and what looked like a full home-cooked meal. Phones lit up around the room. Soft conversation started. Some men ate quietly. Some scrolled. Some just breathed. Rich slipped out to the washroom, then came back with a cafeteria tray. Mashed potatoes, chicken, a roll. He sat with LT, the 2 of them talking low while they ate. The mystery woman had stepped out earlier. She still hadn't returned. Peggy noticed. She leaned toward Earl. That lady still ain't come back. What's going on? Earl kept eating. Peggy hated when he did that.
Chairs scraped back. Men stretched, stood, reached for phones, and started drifting toward the hallway. Just as the movement picked up, Tarquin lifted a hand. His voice was calm, steady. "Oh, before everyone heads out, if you want to have any private conversations with any of us, 2 facilitators will remain in the room at all times. 2 will take lunch, 2 will stay. Then we'll switch, take your time. Do what you need to do. If you need to talk, we're here." A few men nodded with appreciation. Then the room scattered. Most of the group stepped out, washing hands, stretching their legs, grabbing cafeteria trays. Peggy and Earl went straight to the washroom, came back with damp hands, and settled at the table. Peggy unpacked the lunch she brought for them, and for anyone else who might need something.
Stanley, the safety inspector, returned with his industrial-sized lunchbox, the kind that could feed a small crew. He opened it and pulled out a thermos and what looked like a full home-cooked meal. Phones lit up around the room. Soft conversation started. Some men ate quietly, some scrolled, some just breathed. Rich slipped out to the washroom, then came back with a cafeteria tray. Mashed potatoes, chicken, a roll. He sat with LT, the 2 of them talking low while they ate. The mystery woman had stepped out earlier. She still hadn't returned. Peggy noticed. She leaned toward Earl. "That lady still ain't come back. What's going on?" Earl kept eating. Peggy hated when he did that. And then a man stepped in, broad-shouldered, tattooed up the neck, a healed cut across his cheek, and a backpack slung across one shoulder like he'd just walked from the bus stop. Peggy clocked the backpack immediately. Just like Rich, she thought. These boys travel everywhere with backpacks. He walked straight to Tarquin and Dr. Hale, and he handed Tarquin a form. Tarquin reviewed it, signed what he needed to sign, and handed it back. The man turned around, scanning the room for a place to sit, when he suddenly spotted Rich. He made a beeline to Rich with his backpack still hanging off one shoulder. Rich stood up instantly. They exchanged a fist bump. Quiet, firm, familiar. Rich introduces the tattoo man to LT, who was still eating. LT gave the tattoo man a welcoming nod and light exchange. Then he continued eating. Peggy's thought to herself, okay, Rich and that tattoo man know each other. As they talked, the tattooed man did something subtle but telling. He took a quick glance at the door, turned back to Rich, kept talking like nothing happened. Peggy wondered to herself, why he looking at the door? Rich did the same thing a moment later. A fast glance toward the hallway, then back to the conversation. Peggy's curiosity was on fire. After a few minutes of talking, the tattooed man gave Rich another fist bump. Then, with the backpack still slung over his shoulder, he walked all the way across the classroom and sat down near the door. Peggy stared. Earl, why you go sit way over there? There's empty seats right by Rich. Earl didn't even look up from his food, because they're both felons. Peggy blinked. What? Earl finally looked at her. Rich is almost off the watch list. He can't be seen sitting too close or acting too friendly with another felon. That boy knows it. That's why he went to the other side of the room.
Peggy sat back slowly. Oh, okay, now it makes sense. She watched the tattooed man settle into his seat, backpack still at his feet, posture alert. Eyes scanning the room like someone who'd learned to read danger before it arrived. Peggy whispered, "Lord, that poor boy's been through something." Earl nodded once. "Yeah, and we gonna hear it soon." Amethyst and Dr. Blake returned from their lunch, smelling faintly of hand sanitizer. They walked straight to Tarquin and Dr. Hale. The four exchanged notes, quiet, clinical, efficient. Tarquin updated them on the new arrival, the form, the status. Then Tarquin and Dr. Hale stepped out for their own lunch break. Dr. Blake walked over to the tattooed man. They spoke privately, low voices, professional tone. The man nodded a few times, listening carefully. Then Blake returned to the desk. Amethyst began passing out folders, notepads, and pencils. She greeted the new man warmly, no fear, no judgment. "This is just for the afternoon session. You're welcome to grab lunch or bring your food in here. Whatever works for you." He nodded and stepped out. Peggy watched him go, eyes tracing the tattoos on his arms. "Poor guy," she whispered to Earl. "He must have had a hard life. Looks like he's probably beat up a few people too. Just like our oldest boy." Earl didn't argue. He came back with a cafeteria tray, eating fast, almost inhaling the food. Peggy asked, "Earl, why you eating so fast?" Earl didn't even look up. Prison habit boy, probably ain't been out long. The man finished, set his tray aside. Amethyst walked over gently. "You can leave your tray on the cart outside if you'd like." He nodded, took it out, set it down, and returned to his seat. He opened the folder, quiet, focused, waiting. Peggy watched him like a hawk. He was the only one who hadn't told his story, and she could feel it. His story was going to be something.
Amethyst had the diffuser going again, lavender drifting softly through the air. Most of the men were finishing their lunches, a few still crunching apples, others sipping water, wiping their hands or putting away trays. Dr. Blake scanned the room to make sure everyone was settled. The security guard did a quick glance into the classroom. Protocol. Rich noticed. Earl noticed. Dr. Blake addressed the room. "All right, everyone, we're getting ready to start our next session. We're moving into phase 2 of the seminar. But before we do, we have a new young man who joined us during the break." The room quieted. If he's comfortable, and only if he's comfortable, he's welcome to share his story. Anything he shares may help shape the flow of the seminar this afternoon. He nodded toward Rocky. "Young man, the floor is yours if you'd like it." The men who had seen the tattoos and the scar simply acknowledged him. Peggy watched him closely, curious, compassionate, still wondering why the mystery woman never returned, but letting that thought go. Rocky rose from his seat near the door, broad-shouldered, steady, his backpack at his feet. Rich rubbed his chin, giving him space. Rocky spoke clearly. "Hello, everyone. My name is Rocky." He glanced at Peggy, then looked at Dr. Blake. "Dr. Blake, is it okay if I say what I'm about to say? I'm in the presence of a lady, and I want to be respectful." Peggy looked confused. Earl felt proud of the respect Rocky showed. Dr. Blake nodded. "Yes, Rocky, you can share whatever you feel is necessary." Everyone here came knowing the topics would be heavy and your situation is unusual. Please continue. Peggy raised her eyebrows at the word unusual. Rocky squared his shoulders, his voice was steady, but the weight behind it was clear.
Everyone, I have a problem. And I don't know if it comes from being in prison. A few men nodded. They already understood the direction. Peggy's heart tightened. I have a wife, I have kids, I have a good marriage, I made mistakes. I served my time, I'm on parole now, doing the right thing. He added quickly, wanting no confusion. No, I didn't touch any little kids. No, I didn't kill anyone. I was a dealer, that's it. He took a breath. But while I was in prison, something happened to me. Peggy leaned forward, eyes softening. Rocky continued. This is something a lot of men don't talk about, Dr. Blake. If you ever do a circle about this, I think it would help a lot of people. I don't know what you'd call it. Sexual violence in detention, institutional assault, trauma, survivors of assault in custody. Whatever the name is, it needs to be talked about. Several men nodded, some slowly, some with the heaviness of recognition. Dr. Blake, Tarquin, and Dr. Hale quietly documented what he was saying. Rocky swallowed. And while I was in there, I got violated. He looked at Peggy again, showing respect. And I know some of you might be wondering how something like that could happen to a man my size. Well, it wasn't just one person. Peggy's eyes filled with tears. Rich rubbed his chin knowingly. When I got out, I went back to my wife. She's at work right now. She couldn't make it. But for almost 3 months, nothing, absolutely nothing, I felt less than a man. He tried to explain the feeling. And when I say that, I don't mean it in a disrespectful way to anyone. What I mean is, it felt like somebody stole my manhood. I thought that what happened to me was the reason I couldn't take care of my wife. I don't know if that's the real reason, but that's how it felt. He exhaled. And in bro code, once you lose that, you can't get it back. I'm not saying it's easier for women, but for men, we can't talk about it. There ain't therapy sessions for us. There ain't pats on the back. There ain't marches, and another man would say things like, "Come on, how could a big guy like you let another man violate you?" Or, "If it were me, I would have fought back." They throw those phrases at you. Man up, only women get emotional, all that stuff that makes you feel like you're not allowed to hurt. Peggy wiped her eyes. Rocky continued. And I'm gonna tell you something else. When my wife and kids aren't home and I'm out in the garage trying to feel like myself again, trying to attach myself to any familiar that makes me feel like a man, I break down, I cry thinking about what happened, thinking about how someone treated me like an object. It hurts. It really hurts. His voice tightened. And honestly, I don't know if I'm ever going to get over this. And I'm going to be completely honest with you, Dr. Blake, after it happened, I wanted to end it. I really did. Dr. Blake, Tarquin, and Dr. Hale made note of that statement. The room stayed silent. Rocky continued. What kept me going is my wife. She loves me no matter what. She's never complained. She just keeps saying, "You're stressed, baby, that's all." She doesn't criticize me. She's a good woman. That's what's helping me hold on. Amethyst nodded gently. My wife doesn't know what happened to me. She knows I'm at a Dr. Blake seminar, but she doesn't know what for. This isn't something you tell your wife. This isn't something you tell anybody. He shook his head. I didn't even tell my therapist. I told him about missing my family, but not this. I was going to take this to the grave. Rich nodded, still looking forward. But I'm not going to lie, those thoughts are still in my head, Dr. Blake, those thoughts to just walk away. But when I come home and my wife has dinner ready and she massages my feet and we have game night, it's like she doesn't care whether I have it or not. And that's what keeps me going. Rocky took a breath. And another thing, with my record. I lost my job. I used to make good money. I was a CEO at an office, but when I got incarcerated, especially for dealing, all of that went away. He spoke plainly.
And it was hard finding work when I got out. Every application, every interview, as soon as they saw my record, it was a no. Rich nodded, he knew that life. After all those denials, my brother-in-law talked to his boss trusted him. And because of that, he made a consideration for me, gave me a chance. So now I'm working. It doesn't pay like what I used to make, but it pays the rent. It puts food on the table, it lets me take care of my kids, and I'm thankful for it, truly. Rocky's voice softened. My wife didn't leave me, she loves me, she's ride or die, but she makes more money than me now, and between that and the ED and what happened inside, he exhaled. I don't feel like a man. He lowered his head. That's my story.
Before we respond, Tarquin said, his voice steady, let's take a moment to ground ourselves. Put both feet flat on the floor, chair shifted softly. Feel the ground supporting you. Let your body settle into the chair. A slow breath move through the room. Take a deep breath in and let it out. He breathed with them. Notice your hands, notice the air in the room. You're here, you're safe. Let your breath hold whatever came up for you. Rocky's shoulders eased. Peggy dabbed her eyes. Rich exhaled slowly. All right, Tarquin said quietly, let's come back. He stepped aside, giving the space to Dr. Blake.
Tarquin stepped in again, his voice low and firm. Rocky, I want to speak to you man to man. Rocky lifted his eyes. What happened to you does not erase your strength. It does not take away your manhood. It does not change who you are at your core. He spoke with conviction. You mentioned the things men say. How could a big guy like you let another man violate you? If it were me, I would have fought him off. Man up. Only women get emotional. Those are things men say when they are scared of their own vulnerability and don't know how to handle another man's pain. He shook his head slightly. That is not truth, that is conditioning. He held Rocky's gaze. You didn't fail, you survived, you did what you had to do to stay alive in a place where the rules are different and the power is twisted. Rocky's jaw tightened, emotion rising. And every man in this room who has lived through trauma knows how much strength it takes to keep going, to go home, to show up for your kids, to sit in a seminar like this and tell the truth. That is not weakness. That is courage. He finished simply. You are not alone in this. Not anymore.
Amethyst spoke next, her voice soft but clear. Rocky, I want to echo something Dr. Blake said and add something from a different angle. She looked at him with steady warmth. Nothing about what happened to you makes you less of a man. Not one thing. The fact that you stood up and said this out loud in a room full of people tells me you are strong, honest, and brave. Rocky blinked, trying to hold himself together. You also spoke about your wife, how she cooks for you, massages your feet, plays games with you, and loves you without criticizing you. That is not a woman who sees you as less of a man. That is a woman who sees your heart, your effort, your presence. She continued gently. I want you to consider the possibility that she already sees you as a man, even in the places where you feel broken. And that maybe, just maybe, you are more of a man for surviving what you survived and still choosing to love your family. Peggy nodded quietly, moved.
Dr. Blake, let the room breathe for a moment after Tarquin and Amethyst finished. He could feel the emotional charge in the space, not chaos, but depth. The kind of depth that tells a clinician the group is ready for real work. He stood, steady and composed. All right, gentlemen, we're officially entering phase 2. His tone was calm but purposeful. Phase 1 was about understanding your stories. Phase 2 is about applying tools to those stories. Tools that help you understand what's happening in your body, your mind, and your relationships. He glanced at Rocky with intention. Rocky, what you shared is going to shape how we move through this phase today. You brought up several layers: physical, emotional, psychological, relational, and traumatic. We're going to address the parts that fit this group's purpose. And we're going to make sure the other parts get the attention they deserve in the right setting. He shifted his stance slightly, speaking to the whole room. This particular seminar focuses on erectile dysfunction, the medical side, the emotional side, the relational side, and the identity side. He looked around the room, but Rocky also spoke about sexual assault, trauma responses, and suicidal thoughts. Those are not small things. Those are not things we gloss over. Those are things we handle with precision and care. He turned back to Rocky. I want you to hear me clearly. The parts of your story that fall outside this group's scope will not be ignored. They will be addressed in full. Rocky nodded slowly, absorbing the reassurance. Here's what's gonna happen. His voice was steady, clinical, but warm. First, you will continue in this group because the erectile dysfunction piece is real and deserves attention. Second, I am hosting an upcoming seminar specifically for men who have experienced sexual violence in detention. It will cover trauma, identity, injury, shame, intimacy, and the cultural silence around male survivors. I want you there. Rocky's eyes lifted. Third, I'm connecting you with a therapist who specializes in male sexual trauma. Someone who understands the psychological layers you described, the garage moments, the identity conflict, the grief, the thoughts you mentioned. He paused, letting Rocky feel the weight of being supported. You are not being left alone with any part of this. He turned back to the room. Phase 2 is where we begin applying tools today. We're going to talk about how the body responds to stress, trauma, shame, and pressure, and how those responses affect sexual function. He gestured gently toward Rocky. Rocky's story is a powerful example of how layered this can be. Trauma affects the nervous system. The nervous system affects arousal, arousal affects performance, and performance affects identity. He looked around the room, making sure every man felt included. So in phase 2, we're gonna break down what's happening inside your body, not just physically, but emotionally and neurologically, so you can understand why things feel the way they feel. He nodded once. Let's begin.
Blake gave Daniel a steady, respectful nod. Daniel, thank you for sharing what you described. The dizziness, the weakness, the headaches, and the changes in sexual function. Those symptoms often show up together. They're not random, and they're not a reflection of your masculinity. His tone stayed calm and clinical, but warm enough to keep Daniel grounded. When a man starts experiencing sudden fatigue, dizziness and difficulty maintaining an erection, it usually means the body is trying to tell us something. Not something to panic about, something to pay attention to. A few men nodded quietly. Sexual function depends on healthy blood flow, stable hormones, and a nervous system that's not under strain. When any of those systems are disrupted, the body can struggle to respond the way it used to. He glanced toward Dr. Hale briefly, then back to Daniel. You did the right thing by getting checked out. And I want you to hear this clearly. What you're experiencing is not about attraction, desire, or anything your wife is or isn't doing. This is a physical issue, not a relationship issue. Daniel nodded slowly, absorbing the reassurance. Blake continued. Once we review your test results, we'll have a much clearer picture of what's going on. But based on what you've shared, I want you to know this. You're not alone. You're not broken. And this is something we can address. Daniel exhaled, not dramatically, just a quiet release of tension. While Blake spoke, Dr. Hale opened Daniel's file on his lap. He didn't interrupt. He didn't react. He simply reviewed the numbers with the calm focus of a man who'd done this for decades. His eyes moved over the lab results, glucose levels, A1C, kidney markers, vascular indicators, and he made a few notes in the margin. He kept his expression neutral, professional, not worried, not alarmed, just gathering information. When Blake finished speaking, Hale closed the folder gently and gave Daniel a small, reassuring nod. The kind that said, "We'll talk soon, you're in good hands." He didn't reveal anything yet. He didn't jump ahead. He respected the process, but the audience could feel it. Something in that chart mattered. And it would come up later, when the time was right.
Dr. Hale flipped to the next chart and looked up at the big man in the safety vest. Stanley, thank you for sharing earlier. Your story gives us a very clear clinical picture. He addressed the room as much as Stanley. Let's talk about how chronic work, stress, long hours, and physical exhaustion affect erectile function. He shifted into teaching mode, calm, precise, and deeply knowledgeable. Stanley, you're waking up at 3 or 4 in the morning. You're working 12-hour shifts. You're supervising safety inspections, which means you're responsible for other people's lives, compliance, and liability. He continued, that level of responsibility keeps your nervous system in a constant state of alertness. He explained, the body produces cortisol to stay awake and focused. Cortisol suppresses testosterone. Low testosterone reduces desire and affects erection quality. Chronic fatigue reduces blood flow and muscle responsiveness. The body prioritizes survival, not intimacy. Your body is not choosing your job over your wife. It's choosing survival over reproduction. Dr. Hale continued. You said something important. Even on your days off, your mind is still in work mode. He explained, the brain has two primary states, task mode, focus, vigilance, responsibility, intimacy mode. These two states cannot run at the same time. If the brain is in task mode, the body cannot enter intimacy mode. Your job requires vigilance, intimacy requires vulnerability. Those are opposite states. He looked at Stanley gently. You're not failing your wife, your nervous system is stuck in the wrong gear. Dr. Hale used Stanley's background to deepen the teaching. Safety inspection is not a desk job, it's physical, environmental, and mentally demanding. He listed climbing stairs, walking large buildings, exposure to dust, mold, chemicals, constant scanning for hazards, high liability, long hours on your feet, irregular meals, interrupted sleep, early mornings, heavy gear, high adrenaline moments. All of this affects circulation, hormones, and energy levels. He added, when the body is physically depleted, erections become inconsistent or disappear entirely. Dr. Hale softened his tone. You mentioned feeling like you're failing your wife, that emotional weight adds another layer. He explained, guilt increases stress hormones suppress testosterone. Low testosterone reduces desire, reduced desire increases anxiety, anxiety worsens ED increases guilt, guilt increases stress. He drew a small circle in the air. This becomes a cycle, and cycles can be broken. Dr. Hale looked at him directly. Stanley, your situation is medically explainable. You're not broken. You're exhausted. Your nervous system is overworked, your hormones are suppressed, your circulation is strained, and your mind is stuck in work mode. He continued, when we address your sleep, your stress load, your hormone levels, and your work-life balance, your sexual function can improve significantly. Tarquin stepped in with his grounded, steady tone. Stanley, your body isn't rejecting your wife, it's running on fumes. You've been carrying the weight of a whole job site on your back for years. When you finally get a chance to rest, your body shuts down because it finally can. He added, once you get your energy and hormones back in balance, your confidence will come back with it. Dr. Blake stepped forward briefly. Stanley, thank you. Your story is one a lot of men in this room understand. And now you have clarity, not shame. He looked at the group. We're going to continue this process with each man one by one. No one gets left behind. He nodded to Dr. Hale. Doctor, who's next?
Dr. Hale turned the page in his chart binder and looked at Mitchum with a steady professional calm. Mitchum, thank you for sharing earlier. Your story gives us a very specific clinical direction. He addressed the room as much as Mitchum. Let's talk about sudden, severe erectile dysfunction, especially when it begins right after a change in health. He shifted into teaching mode, clear, grounded, and deeply knowledgeable. Dr. Hale began with the most important point. When a man goes from normal function to no response at all, and it happens quickly, that is almost always medical, not psychological, not relational. He continued, your marriage is strong, your desire is intact, your relationship is healthy. That tells me the issue is physical. He tapped the chart lightly, and you said something crucial. My health changed. Dr. Hale explained calmly. Many medications, even ones that seem unrelated, can interfere with sexual function. He listed the most common categories of blood pressure medications. Some types can reduce blood flow, interfere with nerve signaling, blunt the erection response, be heart or circulation medications. These can lower blood pressure too much, reduce the pressure needed for an erection. See medications for sleep, mood, or anxiety. These can reduce desire, delay arousal, block the erection reflex. D-pain or inflammation medications. Some can suppress hormones, reduce nerve sensitivity. Dr. Hale looked at Mitchum. You said your doctor told you to cut your hours and rest. That tells me you were put on something new, and that medication may be affecting your sexual function. Dr. Hale used Mitchum's background to deepen the teaching. Truck driving is one of the professions with the highest rates of erectile dysfunction. He explained why a long hour sitting reduces circulation to the pelvis, compresses nerves, weakens blood flow, irregular sleep, disrupts hormones, lowers testosterone, sees stress and fatigue, increases cortisol, suppresses sexual function, D-vibration exposure. Long-term exposure to truck vibration can irritate pelvic nerves, E-weight fluctuations. Common in trucking, affects blood pressure, blood sugar, and hormones. He looked at Mitchum gently. Your body has been under strain for years. The new medication may have been the final straw. Dr. Hale continued. You said the ED is severe. No response at all. That tells me the medication is affecting either the blood flow pathway or the nerve pathway. He clarified, if the blood flow pathway is blocked and no firmness, if the nerve pathway is disrupted, no signal, if the hormone pathway is suppressed and no desire or response, your case is not mild, it's not intermittent, it's complete shutdown that almost always points to a medication effect. Dr. Hale looked at him directly. Mitchum, your situation is medically explainable. You're not failing. You're not broken. Your body is reacting to a medication and years of physical strain. He continued, we're going to review your medication list. We're going to identify the culprit, and we're going to talk to your doctor about alternatives that protect your health and your sexual function. He added, this is fixable. Tarquin stepped in with his grounded tone. Mitchum, your body didn't just quit on you. It got hit with something new. Once we figure out which medication is messing with your system, you'll get your response back. He added, your wife's love is steady. Your body just needs a reset. Dr. Blake stepped forward briefly. Mitchum, thank you. Your honesty helps every man in this room. And now you have clarity, not confusion.
Dr. Hale turned the page in his binder and looked up at Vincent with a steady, respectful expression. He didn't rush. He didn't dramatize. He simply acknowledged the man in front of him. Vincent, first, thank you for your service. Vincent gave a small nod, the kind veterans give when they're not looking for praise, just acknowledgement. Dr. Hale continued, your story gives us a very clear clinical pattern. Let's walk through it. He addressed the room as much as Vincent. Dr. Hale spoke plainly, without sensationalizing. When a man leaves the military, his nervous system doesn't immediately switch back to civilian mode for years. Your body was trained to stay alert, disciplined, and ready for threat. He explained, the military trains the body to stay in fight or flight. Fight or flight suppresses sexual function. The body learns to prioritize survival over intimacy. That conditioning doesn't disappear when the uniform comes off. Your wife noticed her personality shift before you did. That's common when nervous system changes first. The awareness comes later. Dr. Hale tapped Vincent's chart lightly. You said everything starts fine, and then it just stops, like a switch flips. He nodded. That is a classic autonomic nervous system response. He explained, how the body begins arousal normally, blood flow increases, nerves activate, hormones respond, and the nervous system detects stress, not danger, just stress. See, the body shuts the process down. Blood flow reverses, muscles tighten, arousal collapses. This is not psychological weakness, this is physiology. Dr. Hale continued. You mentioned having a hard time adjusting after service. The transition is one of the biggest stressors a man can experience. He listed the clinical impacts: sleep disruption, hypervigilance, irritability, emotional withdrawal, identity shifts, hormonal changes, chronic stress. All of these affect sexual function, not because you don't love your wife, but because your nervous system is still operating like you're in a high alert environment. Dr. Hale softened his tone. Your wife blaming herself is extremely common when a man's body shuts down. Women often assume it's about attractiveness. It almost never is. He explained, eating in veterans is rarely about desire. It's about the nervous system. It's about stress hormones. It's about identity shifts. It's about the body trying to protect itself. Your wife's reaction is emotional, not logical, and your reassurance matters, but so does understanding the medical side. Dr. Hale looked at him directly. Vincent, your situation is medically explainable. You're not failing. You're not losing your masculinity. Your body is responding to years of conditioning, stress, and transition. He continued, when we address your stress load, your sleep, your hormone levels, and your nervous system patterns, your sexual function can improve significantly. He added, this is treatable. Tarquin stepped in with his grounded, steady tone. Vincent, your body didn't forget how to be a man. It's still in soldier mode. Once we help your system stand down, your intimacy will come back online. He added, your wife isn't losing you. She's waiting for you to come home on the inside. Dr. Blake stepped forward briefly. Vincent, thank you. Your honesty helps every man in this room, especially the ones who've served. He looked around the room. We're continuing this process with each man. No one gets left behind. He nodded to Dr. Hale. Doctor, who's next?
Dr. Hale turned the page in his binder and looked at Homer with a steady, respectful expression. He didn't pity him. He respected him, the way you respect a man who has been carrying more weight than anyone realizes. Homer, thank you for sharing earlier. Your story gives us a very clear clinical picture. He addressed the room as much as Homer. Let's talk about how homelessness, poor nutrition, chronic stress, and unstable sleep affect sexual function. He shifted into teaching mode, calm, grounded, and deeply knowledgeable. Dr. Hale began with the most important point. Homer, your body is in survival mode. And when a man is in survival mode, sexual function shuts down automatically. He explained, the brain prioritizes safety, not intimacy. The nervous system stays in fight or flight. Fight or flight blocks erections. The body cannot relax enough to allow arousal. This is not psychological weakness. It is physiology. Your body is trying to protect you, not punish you. Dr. Hale continued, you mentioned living on whatever food you can access. That kind of diet keeps you alive, but it does not support sexual function. He explained, one, low protein, weak hormones, testosterone production drops, energy drops, libido drops. Too high sodium, poor circulation. Ramen, chips, and processed foods spike sodium. High sodium stiffens blood vessels. Erections require flexible vessels. 3, high sugar, nerve fatigue. Candy bars and soda spike blood sugar. Blood sugar crashes cause fatigue. Nerves become sluggish. 4, lack of healthy fats, low testosterone. Testosterone requires dietary fat. Without it, levels drop. Dr. Hale looked at Homer gently. Your body does not have the fuel it needs to function sexually. Dr. Hale continued, sleeping in a shared space, sleeping lightly, and sleeping in an unfamiliar environment disrupts your entire hormonal system. He explained, testosterone is produced during deep sleep. Poor sleep, low testosterone. Low testosterone, low desire, and weak erections. Constant noise and stress keep the body alert. Alert bodies cannot enter intimacy mode. Your environment is preventing your body from resting, and rest is essential for sexual function. Dr. Hale softened his tone. You are trying to reunite with your wife. You are trying to survive. You are trying to work. You are trying to find housing. That level of stress shuts down sexual function. He explained, stress increases cortisol. Cortisol suppresses testosterone. Stress tightens pelvic muscles. Stress disrupts blood flow. Stress creates emotional exhaustion. Your body is overwhelmed, and overwhelmed bodies do not respond sexually. Dr. Hale looked at Homer directly. You said it has been 3 months. That lines up perfectly with the timeline of your stress, your diet, your sleep, and your living situation. He continued, your body did not fail you. It adapted to survive. Dr. Hale spoke with calm certainty. Homer, your situation is medically explainable. You are not broken. You are not losing your masculinity. Your body is responding to stress, malnutrition, exhaustion, and instability. He added, when your environment stabilizes, when you are sleeping better, eating better, and living with your wife again, your sexual function can return. He paused. This is reversible. Tarquin stepped in with his grounded, steady tone. Homer, your body is not rejecting your wife. It is responding to the pressure you are under. Once you have consistent rest, real nutrition, and a stable environment, your body will begin to function the way it is meant to. He added, you are a hard-working man. The issue is not you. It is the circumstances you are surviving. Dr. Blake stepped forward. Homer, thank you. Your honesty helps every man in this room understand how life circumstances affect the body. He looked around the room. We are continuing this process with each man. No one gets left behind.
He nodded to Dr. Hale. Doctor, who is next?
Dr. Hale stepped forward, chart in hand, and looked at Peter with a steady, respectful expression. Peter, thank you for sharing earlier. Your story is one I hear often, and it gives us a very clear clinical pattern. He spoke to Peter, but also to the room, because every man needed to hear this. Dr. Hale began with the most important point. You said everything starts fine, and then nothing happens. That is one of the clearest signs of performance-related shutdown. He explained, the body begins arousal normally. Blood flow increases. Nerves activate. Desire is present. But then the brain shifts into evaluation mode, and evaluation mode is the enemy of arousal. Dr. Hale continued, Peter, the brain has two modes, performance mode and monitoring mode. They cannot run at the same time. He explained, performance mode, relaxed, present, connected. Responsive monitoring mode, self-critical, hyper-aware, worried about outcome, focused on what if. When monitoring mode activates, the body shuts down arousal instantly, not gradually, instantly. He looked at Peter gently. That is why it feels like a switch flips. Dr. Hale tapped the chart lightly. You mentioned your relationship has been on and off. That instability creates pressure. He explained, fear of losing the relationship, fear of disappointing the partner, fear of repeating past failures, fear of being judged, fear of not being enough. Fear activates the stress response, and the stress response blocks erections. Dr. Hale continued, when a man feels pressure to perform, the body interprets that pressure as a threat. He explained, the nervous system shifts into alert mode. Blood flow is redirected away from the pelvis, pelvic muscles tighten, arousal collapses. The body prepares for stress, not intimacy. This is not psychological weakness. This is physiology. Dr. Hale looked at Peter directly. You said you want answers. Here is one of the most important truths. The harder you try to force an erection, the more the body shuts down. He explained, trying pressure equals stress, stress hit down. You cannot think your way into an erection, you have to feel your way into it. Dr. Hale spoke with calm certainty. Peter, your situation is medically explainable. You are not broken. You are not failing. Your body is reacting to pressure, inconsistency, and fear of disappointing your partner. He continued, when we remove the pressure and retrain your nervous system to relax, your sexual function can return. He added, this is treatable. Tarquin stepped in with his steady, grounded tone. Peter, your body is not rejecting your partner, it is reacting to the pressure you feel. Once the pressure comes down, your confidence will come back. He added, you are not alone in this. Many men experience the same pattern. Dr. Blake stepped forward. Peter, thank you. Your honesty helps every man in this room understand how pressure affects the body. He looked around the room. We will continue with the next man. No one is left without clarity. He nodded to Dr. Hale. Doctor, who is next?
Their Hale stepped forward with a calm, steady presence. His tone carried respect. The kind a specialist gives a young man who finally spoke a truth he never expected to say out loud. LT, thank you for sharing that what you described is something I see in young men more often than people realize. His voice remained even and grounded. When a young, healthy man goes from normal function to complete shutdown, the most common cause is stress, not physical damage. He explained, stress activates the fight or flight system. Fight or flight blocks sexual function. The body cannot be in survival mode and intimacy mode at the same time. Your body is reacting to pressure, not losing its ability. You described a very specific pattern. Everything was normal, then suddenly nothing. Then the next weekend, nothing. Then the next weekend, nothing. He continued, that is a nervous system loop. The first shutdown creates fear. Fear creates pressure. Pressure creates stress. Stress triggers the same shutdown again. You mentioned your ex assumed you were cheating because of your past reputation. That kind of accusation creates emotional pressure, even when you know you're innocent. He explained, pressure increases stress. Stress blocks arousal. The body responds to emotional tension. Your body was responding to conflict and pressure, not rejecting intimacy. You work long hours, you carry physical and emotional weight. Exhaustion affects sexual function more than most men realize. He explained, fatigue lowers testosterone. Fatigue reduces blood flow. Fatigue slows nerve response. Fatigue increases stress hormones. A depleted body struggles to respond sexually. Dr. Hale's tone softened. You said you got a puppy fish and a bird because you needed something to care for, something that would not judge you. He nodded. That tells me you were carrying shame. Shame is one of the strongest inhibitors of sexual function. He explained. Shame increases cortisol. Cortisol suppresses testosterone. Shame tightens pelvic muscles. Shame disrupts arousal. You were trying to rebuild your sense of worth. That is a healthy instinct. Dr. Hale spoke with calm certainty. LT, your situation is medically explainable. You are not broken. You are not losing your masculinity. Your body is responding to stress, pressure, exhaustion, and emotional weight. He continued, when we address the stress response and reset your nervous system, your sexual function can return. You are young, your body is capable. This is reversible. Dr. Blake stepped forward with a calm, steady voice. LT, thank you. Your honesty helps every man in this room, and now you have clarity, not confusion. He looked around the room. LT, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. LT, thank you for sharing that. Thank you.
Dr. Hale stepped forward with a calm, steady voice.
LT, thank you for sharing that when I go, steady voice. LT, thank you for sharing that one. LT,
Thank you. LT, thank you for sharing that.
his voice remained even and grounded. LT, thank you. Their honesty helps every man in this room. And now you have clarity, not confusion.
He looked around the room. He looked around the
for sharing that what you described. LT, thank you for sharing that what you described. LT, thank you. Thank you for sharing that what you described. Thank you for sharing that, what you described. LT, thank you. So, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
thank you for sharing.
Dr. Hale stepped forward with a steady, composed presence. His voice carried the weight of a physician who has worked with men carrying invisible injuries. Rocky, thank you for sharing that. What you described is one of the most complex and misunderstood forms of trauma a man can experience. His tone remained calm and clinical. When a man experiences sexual violence, especially in a confined environment, the nervous system undergoes a profound shift. He explained, the brain enters a long-term defensive state. The body remains hyper-alert. The nervous system prioritizes survival. Sexual function becomes suppressed. Your body is not failing, it is protecting itself. You mentioned 3 months of no sexual response. That timeline is consistent with trauma-related shutdown. He continued, the body associates intimacy with danger. The pelvic muscles remain tense. Blood flow is restricted. Arousal signals are interrupted. This is not a reflection of your masculinity. It is a reflection of what your nervous system endured. You spoke about feeling less than a man. Shame is one of the strongest inhibitors of sexual function. He explained, shame increases cortisol. Cortisol suppresses testosterone. Shame disrupts arousal pathways. Shame creates emotional paralysis. Your body is responding to the emotional weight you carry.
not to your worth as a man. You are a strong man, a husband, a father, a provider. The assault created a direct conflict between who you are and what was done to you. He continued, identity says strength. Trauma says vulnerability. Identity says control. Trauma says violation. That conflict creates internal pressure, and pressure disrupts sexual function. You mentioned losing your career and taking a job that pays less. That kind of shift affects a man's sense of stability. He explained, financial stress increases cortisol. Cortisol disrupts hormones. Stress tightens the pelvic floor. Stress reduces blood flow. Your body has been carrying multiple burdens at once. Dr. Hale's tone softened. Your wife's love, patience, and acceptance are powerful stabilizers. They reduce the emotional pressure that contributes to shutdown. He continued, her presence is helping your nervous system feel safe again. Dr. Hale looked at Rocky with steady confidence. Rocky, your situation is medically and psychologically explainable. You are not broken. You are not less of a man. Your body is responding to trauma, stress, and identity conflict. He added, with the right support, your sexual function can return. This is not permanent. This is a trauma response, and trauma responses can be treated. Tarquin stepped forward with a calm, steady tone. Rocky, what happened to you does not define your manhood. Your body is reacting to pain, not weakness. Once your system feels safe again, your strength will return. He added, you showed courage today that matters. Dr. Blake addressed him with quiet respect. Rocky, thank you. Your story will help shape future circles, and it will help other men who have lived through similar experience. You are not alone. He looked around the room. We will now move into phase 3.
Blake stepped forward. Phase 3 is where everything begins to make sense. He nodded toward Dr. Hale. Doctor, take us in. Dr. Hale stepped forward with calm authority. Sexual function is not one system. It is 4 systems working together. He raised 4 fingers. 1, the nervous system, controls arousal, relaxation, and presence. The hormonal system controls desire, energy, and internal drive. 3, the circulatory system, controls blood flow, firmness, and physical response. 4, the emotional system controls confidence, safety, connection, and pressure. He lowered his hand. If even one system is disrupted, sexual function changes. If 2 are disrupted, it becomes inconsistent.
Dr. Blake stepped forward. We've covered the systems. Now we're going to apply them. This is the clinical portion of phase 3. He nodded to Dr. Hale. Doctor, begin. Dr. Hale stepped forward with the calm authority of a physician who has spent decades treating men with these exact concerns. His tone was steady, precise, and deeply respectful. Clinical interpretation. LT sudden shutdown is a classic nervous system override triggered by accumulated stress, fear of disappointing a partner, emotional residue from past reputation, exhaustion from physical labor, shame after repeated shutdowns. Clinical mechanism. The first failed attempt activated the amygdala. The amygdala activated the stress response. The stress response blocked arousal. The repeated weekends reinforce the loop. Clinical conclusion. This is a stress-induced arousal block, not a physical dysfunction. Fully reversible with nervous system retraining. Clinical interpretation. Peter's pattern is a textbook case of performance monitoring. Overthinking, self-evaluation. Fear of disappointing his partner, inconsistent relationship dynamics. Clinical mechanism. Monitoring mode activates the sympathetic nervous system. Sympathetic activation shuts down arousal instantly. Clinical conclusion. This is a cognitive-driven arousal interruption, not a hormone or a circulatory issue. Reversible with pressure reduction and cognitive reframing. Rocky's experience reflects a trauma-induced multi-system shutdown. Nervous system hypervigilance. Hormonal disruption from chronic cortisol. Circulatory tension from pelvic guarding. Emotional injury to identity and self-worth. Trauma imprints on the nervous system. The body associates intimacy with danger. The pelvic floor remains in protective tension. Arousal signals cannot complete their pathway. Clinical conclusion. This is a trauma response, not a failure of masculinity. Requires trauma-informed care and nervous system stabilization. Homer's shutdown is driven by malnutrition, unstable sleep, chronic stress, environmental insecurity, emotional exhaustion. Survival mode diverts resources away from reproductive function. The body prioritizes safety over intimacy. This is a physiological conservation response, not a sexual disorder. Reversible with stability, nutrition, and rest. Vincent's pattern reflects nervous system hypervigilance, difficulty transitioning out of service mindset, hormonal fluctuations from chronic stress, emotional detachment as a coping mechanism. The body remains in readiness mode. Readiness mode blocks intimacy mode. This is a service-conditioned nervous system state, not a personal failing. Reversible with grounding and recalibration. Mitchum's shutdown is influenced by medication side effects, circulatory changes, fatigue, emotional frustration. Certain medications reduce blood flow. Reduced blood flow reduces physical response. Fatigue amplifies the effect. This is a medication-circulation interaction, not a psychological issue. Adjustable with medical guidance. Olson's experience reflects natural vascular changes, gradual testosterone decline, increased recovery time, emotional adjustment to aging. Aging affects vessel elasticity. Elasticity affects firmness and duration. This is a normal age-related shift, not dysfunction. Manageable with lifestyle and medical support. Tarquin stepped forward with grounded clarity. What Dr. Hale is saying is this: every man here has a reason for what he's experiencing. Not one of you is broken. Not one of you is weak. Your bodies are responding to what you've lived through. He continued, once you understand the reason, you can change the outcome. The room absorbed that. Your stories make sense. Your bodies make sense. Your reactions make sense. There is nothing wrong with you. There is only something you have not understood. Until now. Dr. Blake stepped forward. Phase 3, clinical, is complete. You now understand the systems, the patterns, and the mechanisms behind your experiences. He paused. Next, we move into the interactive portion where you learn how to apply this knowledge to your lives. The room was ready.
Dr. Hale shifted seamlessly. Testosterone is not a sex hormone. It is a vitality hormone. He explained, it affects energy. It affects mood. It affects confidence. It affects desire. It affects recovery. It affects arousal. He continued, low testosterone does not always mean low desire, but low testosterone always means low capacity. He tied it to the men: Homer, malnutrition and poor sleep; Olson, natural decline; Rocky, trauma-induced cortisol spikes; Vincent, post-service hormonal shifts. Hormones influence everything, even when they are not the main cause. Dr. Hale continued, an erection is a blood flow event. Nothing more, nothing less. He explained, blood vessels must open. Blood must stay in the chambers. Pressure must be maintained. Circulation must be strong. He tied it to the men. Mitchum, medication affecting blood flow; Olson, vascular changes with age; Homer, dehydration and poor nutrition. If circulation is compromised, the physical response changes, even if desire is intact. Dr. Hale's tone softened. This is the system men ignore the most, and the one that affects them the most. He explained, confidence, shame, pressure, fear, relationship tension, identity, self-worth. He tied it to the men. Rocky, identity conflict after trauma; Peter, fear of disappointing his partner; Elty, shame and reputation; Vincent, transition from service; Homer, fear of failing his wife; Olson, age-related identity shifts. The emotional system is not separate from the body. It is part of the body. Dr. Hale stepped back slightly. Sexual function is the intersection of all four systems. He drew an invisible square in the air: nervous, hormonal, circulatory, emotional. When one system is stressed, the others compensate. When two are stressed, the system struggles. When three are stressed, the system shuts down. When all four are stressed, a man feels lost. The room was silent, not heavy, but enlightened. Tarquin stepped forward with grounded clarity. What Dr. Hale is saying is simple. Your body is not failing. Your body is responding. He continued, every man in this room has a reason, not an excuse, a reason. The men listened with respect. Once you understand the reason, you can change the outcome. Everything you've shared today fits into these systems. Nothing is random. Nothing is shameful. Nothing is beyond repair. You are learning your bodies. You are learning your stories. You are learning each other. Dr. Blake stepped forward. Phase 3 has 2 parts. The educational foundation, which we have completed, and the clinical application. He looked around the room. Now that you understand the systems, we can move into the clinical portion, where we apply this knowledge to your specific situations.
The room was ready.
The room shifted into a focused stillness, the kind that comes when men are ready to apply what they've learned. Dr. Blake stepped forward. All right, everyone. We're moving into integration. This is where you learn how to use what you've just been taught. He nodded toward Dr. Hale. Doctor, take the floor. Dr. Hale stepped to the center with calm precision. Everything begins with the nervous system. If this system is not calm, nothing else works. He lifted one hand. Place your hand on your chest, not to feel your heartbeat, to feel your breath. The men followed. Inhale through your nose and exhale slowly through your mouth. A wave of steady breathing moved through the room. This is physiology. Slow exhale activates the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve activates the parasympathetic system. The parasympathetic system allows arousal. Tarquin stepped in. This is how you get your body out of fight or flight. This is how you get your body ready for intimacy. Dr. Blake stepped forward. Pressure is one of the biggest disruptors of male sexual function, so we're going to reverse it. He spoke clearly. Think of a moment when you felt pressure to perform. Don't speak it. Just identify it. The room quieted. Now ask yourself, what was I afraid would happen if I failed? He let the question settle. That fear, not the moment, is what shut your body down. Pens move quietly. Dr. Hale continued. Now we identify which emotional triggers affect your system. He listed them slowly. Fear of disappointing a partner, fear of being judged, fear of repeating a past failure, fear of not being enough, fear of losing the relationship. These fears activate the sympathetic system, and the sympathetic system shuts down arousal. Tarquin translated. Your body wasn't rejecting intimacy, it was reacting to fear. Dr. Hale shifted into the next layer. Now we look at your hormonal system, not with lab tests, with awareness. He guided them. Ask yourself, how have I been sleeping? How have I been eating? How have I been managing stress? How has my energy been? He explained, poor sleep lowers testosterone, stress raises cortisol, cortisol suppresses testosterone, low testosterone reduces capacity. Your hormonal system is not emotional, it is chemical. Tarquin added, if your tank is empty, your body can't respond, even if you want it to. Dr. Hale continued, now we address circulation. Most men don't realize how much tension they carry in the pelvic floor. He demonstrated, relax your jaw, relax your shoulders, relax your stomach. He paused. When these relax, the pelvic floor relaxes. When the pelvic floor relaxes, blood flow improves. The men followed subtle shifts, but real. Dr. Blake stepped forward. Now we integrate the emotional, relational systems. He spoke as the partner. I want to understand what your body is going through. I'm not judging you. I'm with you. Tarquin stepped in with the grounded translation. This is how you talk without shame. This is how you stay connected instead of shutting down. Dr. Blake addressed the room. This is not a script. This is a posture. Men who had been confused for years were finally connecting the dots. The facilitators, Hale, Blake, and Tarquin, moved in sync, each adding a layer of clarity. Dr. Blake stepped forward. This is entering the integration. This is where you learn how your body works and how to work with it. He paused. Phase 3 is complete. The room felt clearer, steadier, more empowered.
the room shifted into a focused stillness. The kind that comes when men are ready to apply what they've learned. Dr. Blake stepped forward. All right, everyone, we're moving into, integration. This is where you learn how to use what you've just been taught. He nodded toward Dr. Hale. Doctor, take the floor. Dr. Hale stepped to the center with calm precision. Everything begins with the nervous system. If this system is not calm, nothing else works. He lifted one hand. Place your hand on your chest, not to feel your heartbeat, to feel your breath. The men followed. Inhale through your nose and exhale slowly through your mouth. A wave of steady breathing moved through the room. This is physiology. Slow exhale activates the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve activates the parasympathetic system. The parasympathetic system allows arousal. Tarquin stepped in. This is how you get your body out of fight or flight. This is how you get your body ready for intimacy. Dr. Blake stepped forward. Pressure is one of the biggest disruptors of male sexual function, so we're going to reverse it. He spoke clearly. Think of a moment when you felt pressure to perform. Don't speak it, just identify it. The room quieted. Now ask yourself, what was I afraid would happen if I failed? He let the question settle. That fear, not the moment, is what shut your body down. Pens moved quietly. Dr. Hale continued. Now we identify which emotional triggers affect your system. He listed them slowly. Fear of disappointing a partner, fear of being judged, fear of repeating a past failure, fear of not being enough, fear of losing the relationship. These fears activate the sympathetic system, and the sympathetic system shuts down arousal. Tarquin translated. Your body wasn't rejecting intimacy. It was reacting to fear. Dr. Hale shifted into the next layer. Now we look at your hormonal system, not with lab tests, with awareness. He guided them. Ask yourself, how have I been sleeping? How have I been eating? How have I been managing stress? How has my energy been? He explained, poor sleep lowers testosterone. Stress raises cortisol. Cortisol suppresses testosterone. Low testosterone reduces capacity. Your hormonal system is not emotional. It is chemical. Tarquin added, if your tank is empty, your body can't respond, even if you want it to. Dr. Hale continued, now we address circulation. Most men don't realize how much tension they carry in the pelvic floor. He demonstrated. Relax your jaw, relax your shoulders, relax your stomach. He paused. When these relax, the pelvic floor relaxes. When the pelvic floor relaxes, blood flow improves. The men followed, subtle shifts but real. Dr. Blake stepped forward. Now we integrate the emotional and relational systems. He spoke as the partner. I want to understand what your body is going through. I'm not judging you. I'm with you. Tarquin stepped in with the grounded translation. This is how you talk without shame. This is how you stay connected instead of shutting down. Dr. Blake addressed the room. This is not a script. This is a posture. Men who had been confused for years were finally connecting the dots. The facilitators, Hale, Blake, and Tarquin, moved in sync, each adding a layer of clarity. Dr. Blake stepped forward. This is integration. This is where you learn how your body works and how to work with it. He paused. Phase 3 is complete. The room felt clearer, steadier, more empowered.
Vincent's wife raised her hand. Not timidly, but with the kind of courage that comes from loving someone deeply. Dr. Hale noticed immediately. "Yes, ma'am," he said warmly. "You have the floor." She stood, but her eyes went straight to Amethyst. "May I ask Amethyst a question?" Dr. Hale nodded without hesitation. "Of course, gladly." Amethyst stepped forward, graceful, steady, warm. She didn't rush. She didn't shrink. She simply walked to the front with that soft, feminine confidence that made people feel safe. She smiled gently at Vincent's wife, inviting her to speak. Vincent's wife took a breath. "I feel more comfortable asking you, being that you're a woman." The men nodded, knowingly, respectfully. They understood. This wasn't about exclusion. This was about comfort. The other wives leaned in slightly. They were thinking the same thing. Vincent's wife continued. "Even though my husband said I'm not the problem, and this class has convinced me I'm not, is there anything we wives can do to help?" She hesitated, then added with a nervous laugh, "Do we need to wear sexier lingerie?" A ripple of chuckles moved through the men, not mocking, just that universal bro code moment of, "We know exactly why she asked that." She continued, "Do we need to? I don't know. Take more bubble baths, feed them different foods. Tell me what to do. I want to help him. That's why I'm here." The other women nodded, quietly but with relief. They had been waiting for someone to ask this exact question. Amethyst took a breath. She didn't rush. She didn't smile too big. She didn't minimize the question. She answered like a woman who understands both the science and the heart. Amethyst spoke gently, but with unmistakable clarity. "First, thank you for asking that. A lot of women wonder the same thing, and it takes courage to say it out loud." She looked around the room, at the wives, at the husbands, at the couples who are trying so hard to understand each other. "Let me tell you something important. Men do not shut down because their wives aren't attractive enough." A few women exhaled, visibly. This isn't about lingerie. This isn't about bubble baths. This isn't about being more sexy. This is about his nervous system, his hormones, his stress, his body, and his history. She continued, her voice soft but steady. "You don't need to perform. You don't need to fix yourself. You don't need to become someone else." The room softened. What helps the most is presence, patience, reassurance, and taking the pressure off both of you. She held her hands gently in front of her. When a man feels safe, unjudged, and unhurried, his body responds better, not because of what you're wearing, but because of how he feels with you. The wives nodded slowly. The husbands listened even more closely. Amethyst continued. If you want to help him, the best thing you can do is create a space where he doesn't feel like he has to perform, where intimacy can be slow, where connection matters more than outcome. She smiled softly. You don't need to be sexier. You just need to be present. The room absorbed that deeply. Vincent's wife nodded, eyes softening with relief. The other women nodded too, some with tears, some with gratitude, all with understanding. And the men, they looked at their wives with a different kind of appreciation.
Olson's wife raised her hand, steady, mature, the kind of woman who doesn't waste words. Amethyst was still standing near the front from the previous exchange, so she turned toward her with that soft, welcoming expression she carries so naturally. "Yes, ma'am," Amethyst said gently. "Go right ahead." Olson's wife nodded, then glanced at her husband with a half smile. "That scent you have in the diffuser." She began waving her hand lightly through the air. "I don't know what it is, but it's just the most beautiful, pleasant smell." A few wives nodded. They smelled it too. She continued, "My husband normally can't stand my lavenders and all my floral essential oils. He says they stink and he hates them." A ripple of chuckles moved through the men, that universal "yep, that's me too" laugh. Olson lifted his chin again, sniffing the air like he was double-checking his own reaction. His wife pointed at him with a grin. "See? That right there? When you turned that diffuser on, he put his nose up in the air and said he liked it." She leaned in slightly, curious and sincere. "So tell me what it is. I want to get him that." The room softened. It was a sweet, honest moment. Amethyst smiled warmly, stepping just a little closer so she could answer directly. Her voice was gentle, steady. "It's a blend of cedarwood, sandalwood, and a touch of bergamot." A few men nodded. That made sense to them. Amethyst continued, "Most men don't respond well to floral scents, not because they're being difficult, but because their nervous systems settle better with warm, earthy, grounding smells." Olson's wife nodded slowly, absorbing every word. Amethyst added, "Cedarwood gives the warm, steady base, sandalwood adds calm and clarity, and bergamot gives a clean brightness without being sweet." She smiled softly. "It's masculine, but gentle, grounding, but not heavy." Olson's wife nodded again, this time with a satisfied smile. "Well, I'm getting that. If he likes it, I'm buying it." Olson chuckled under his breath, shaking his head with that happy wife, happy life expression. The other wives murmured in agreement, some whispering, "I'm getting that too." Amethyst stepped back, returning quietly to her place, letting the seminar continue.
The room was still warm from the wives' questions. Honest, human, grounding. Amethyst had stepped back to her quiet place. The cedarwood, sandalwood, bergamot blend still settling the air. Dr. Blake stepped forward, sensing the shift in the room. The men and the women were now aligned, curious, open, ready. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering Phase 5. A subtle hush fell over the room. Phase 5 is about restoration,
restoration of confidence, restoration of connection, restoration of partnership. He let that land. You've told your stories, you've learned the systems, you've understood the clinical reasons, you've practiced the integration. A beat. Now we rebuild. He nodded toward Dr. Hale. Dr. Hale stepped forward, hands clasped loosely in front of him. Phase 5 is where we talk about what recovery actually looks like. His tone was calm, clinical, and reassuring. Not instant results, not magic, not pressure. He continued. Restoration happens when the nervous system, hormones, circulation, and emotions begin working together again. He outlined the truth plainly. The nervous system needs safety. The hormonal system needs consistency. The circulatory system needs relaxation. The emotional system needs connection. He looked around the room. When these four-line function returns, the men nodded. This was the clarity they needed. Tarquin stepped in, voice low, steady and grounded, the kind of tone that made the room instinctively listen. Gentlemen, this is the point where you stop fighting your body and start working with it. He let that settle. Your body is not malfunctioning. It is responding. And once you understand the response, you can change the outcome. His delivery was clinical but human, the perfect bridge between Dr. Hale's science and the men's lived experience. Dr. Blake stepped forward again. Phase 5 is not just about the body. It is about the relationship. He looked at the wives. You are not the cause of his shutdown, but you can be part of his restoration. He turned to the men, and you are not alone in this. Your partner is not your judge. She is your ally. The couples absorbed that quietly but deeply. Dr. Blake continued. Tonight when you go home, I want you to do one thing. The room leaned in. Sit together, fully clothed. No pressure, no expectations, just sit. He explained, put your hand on your partner's knee or shoulder. Breathe together. Let your nervous system sink. He looked around the room. This is how restoration begins, with connection, not performance. The wife nodded. The men exhaled. Dr. Hale stepped in again. Restoration is not a race. He outlined it clearly. Week 1, nervous system stabilization. Week 2, hormonal consistency begins. Week 3, circulatory improvement. Week 4, emotional confidence returns. Week 5 and beyond, function becomes reliable again. He added, every man's timeline is different, but every man can improve. The room softened. Hope was settling in. Tarquin stepped forward, voice low and steady. Phase 5 is where you stop hiding and start healing. He looked at the men. You have the tools. You have the understanding. You have the support. He nodded once. Now you rebuild. Dr. Blake stepped forward one last time. Phase 5 is complete. He looked around the room, at the men, at the wives, at the couples who had walked through vulnerability, science, clarity, and now restoration. Phase 6 will take us into the final transformation. The room was ready.
We are now entering phase 6. A subtle shift moved through the room. Anticipation, curiosity, a little nervousness. Phase 6 is where we bring everything together. Not just the science, not just the stories, not just the practices. He paused. This is the phase where you learn how to rebuild intimacy, not sexual intimacy alone, but emotional, relational, and personal intimacy. The wives leaned in, the men straightened. This was the part they'd been waiting for without knowing it. Dr. Hale stepped forward, hands behind his back. Phase 6 begins with understanding one truth. Your body cannot perform in a state of threat. He continued. Threat can be emotional. Threat can be relational. Threat can be internal. He looked at the men. If your nervous system believes you are unsafe, physically, emotionally, or psychologically, your body will shut down. A few men swallowed hard. A few wives reached for their husbands' hands. Tarquin stepped in, voice low and grounded. Gentlemen, your body is not betraying you. It is protecting you. He let that settle. Phase 6 is about teaching your body that it is safe again. His tone was clinical, but deeply human. When safety returns, function returns. The men nodded. This was landing. Dr. Blake stepped forward again. Phase 6 is not about fixing the body. It is about restoring the bond. He looked at the wives. You are not here to fix him. You are here to walk with him. He turned to the men. And you are not here to prove anything. You are here to reconnect. He continued. Tonight we begin the reconnection model. The room leaned in. Dr. Blake explained. Presence is the foundation of intimacy. Not touch, not performance, presence. He guided them. Sit together. Face each other.
Dr. Blake stepped forward, closing his binder with a calm finality. All right, everyone. We're going to take a 30-minute break. A soft wave of relief moved through the room. People stretched, shifted, exhaled. There will always be 2 facilitators in the room at all times, he added. We rotate our breaks in 15-minute intervals. So if you need anything, someone will be here. Dr. Hale nodded in agreement beside him. They'll step out for a moment. Amethyst and Tarquin will remain in the room. The class began to rise, chairs scraping softly, murmurs filling the air. Dr. Blake and Dr. Hale stepped out together, leaving the room in the hands of the 2 remaining facilitators. People scattered in different directions, some heading to the hallway for snacks, some stretching their backs, some chatting with the person behind them, some walking to the restroom, some washing their hands, some returning with chips, fruit cups, bottled drinks. The wives gathered in small clusters, comparing notes, laughing softly, decompressing. Peggy, of course, was scanning the room like a cheerful little radar, taking in everything. Earl leaned toward her. I'm gonna use the washroom. Peggy nodded, already digging in her purse. The moment Earl walked away, she pulled out her little travel-size hand sanitizer, rubbed it in with purpose. then opened her container of salad and carrots like she was settling into a picnic. Amethyst and Tarquin sat at the facilitator table, quietly reviewing notes for the next session. They weren't chatting. They were working, updating charts, marking observations, preparing the next phase, making sure the emotional temperature of the room was stable. Every few minutes, Amethyst stood up with a small trash can in hand, moving table to table with her gentle, unobtrusive presence. Would you like to toss anything? Any wrappers? I can take that for you. It was her way of making the room feel cared for without ever interrupting anyone's space. When she reached Rocky's table, he gave her a warm, appreciative smile. "Thank you," he said quietly. She nodded, returned the smile, and moved on. Rocky glanced around the room, just observing, taking in the energy. Rich walked back into the room with a cold bottle of water in hand. He looked good, grounded, calm, hydrated. Peggy noticed immediately. Her whole face lit up. "Look at him drinking water," she whispered to herself. "That boy is trying." Rich scanned the room, made eye contact with Rocky. Rocky gave him a subtle nod, respectful, brotherly. Rich returned the nod. They both knew the rules. They both knew the boundaries. They both knew the PO could appear at any moment. No talking, no lingering, just acknowledgement. Rich sat down, opened his water, took a long drink, and exhaled. LT came back into the room with a handful of snacks and a bottled drink. He dropped into the seat next to Rich. "Man, you good?" Rich nodded. "Yeah, I'm straight." They talked quietly, nothing deep. Just two men decompressing. The security guard peeked his head into the room, quick, professional, routine. Rich and Rocky were the first to notice. The security guard made eye contact with Rocky. Rocky nodded. The guard nodded back. Then the guard's eyes flicked over to Rich. Rich didn't flinch, didn't stiffen, didn't react. He simply turned his head back toward LT and kept talking. Inside, he knew exactly what that glance meant. Low risk, downgraded, progress. He didn't need to celebrate it, he just breathed. People trickled back in, wives returning with snacks, husbands finishing conversations. Chairs scraping as people sat down, wrappers being tossed into Amethyst's trash can. Tarquin closing his notebook. The scent of cedarwood, sandalwood, and bergamot still grounding the room. Dr. Blake and Dr. Hale walked back in, refreshed and ready. Amethyst and Tarquin stood, exchanged notes with them quietly. A smooth, professional handoff. Tarquin leaned in slightly to Dr. Blake. "Security did a protocol check. Everything's fine." Dr. Blake nodded once. As everyone settled, Peggy leaned toward Earl. "Honey, did you see that mysterious woman in the hallway?" Earl blinked. "What woman?" Peggy widened her eyes dramatically. "The one I saw earlier. I wonder who she was." Earl looked up at the ceiling like he was asking the Lord for patience. "Peggy." She waited. He sighed. "Just eat your carrots." Peggy huffed. But she ate her carrots.
The room was still in break mode. People chatting, stretching, snacking, walking in and out. No one was paying attention to anything except their own little pockets of conversation. But Amethyst noticed everything. She saw Stanley's wife raise her hand. Not high, not dramatic, just a small, tentative lift. The kind of gesture a woman makes when she wants to ask something delicate. Amethyst walked over immediately, soft smile, gentle presence, her voice low enough to keep the moment private. "Yes, sweetheart," she said warmly. "What can I help you with?" Stanley's wife leaned in, speaking quietly so no one else could hear. "I don't mean to be offensive, but I have a question for Tarquin." Amethyst nodded, completely unbothered. "Of course, what's on your mind?" Stanley's wife exhaled, relieved she could say this without judgment. Her voice softened. "My daughter-in-law is pregnant, and according to the ultrasound, she's going to have a little person." Amethyst's expression warmed instantly. Stanley's wife continued. "Little people run on her side of the family, so everyone is excited. This is the first time on my side of the family, though, and I have questions." She hesitated, then added, "I'm curious what type of dwarfism Tarquin has, but I don't know how to ask him respectfully." Amethyst nodded gently, encouraging her to continue. "We want to understand terminology, health expectations, resources. We want to do this right. We want to be respectful. We want to be prepared." Her eyes softened with sincerity. "I didn't want to ask in front of the whole class." Amethyst placed a gentle hand on her arm, not dramatic, just reassuring. Her voice stayed low, warm, and steady. "Sweetheart, that wasn't offensive at all. It was thoughtful." She continued, "Tarquin is very open about his dwarfism, and he appreciates when people ask respectfully, just like you're doing now." Stanley's wife relaxed, shoulders dropping. Amethyst added, "I'll let him know you'd like to speak with him privately. He'll be happy to give you resources, terminology, and anything else your family needs." She smiled softly. "And for what it's worth, your excitement means a lot. Not every family responds that way. Your grandbaby is already loved." Stanley's wife's eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered. "I just want to do right by this child." Amethyst nodded. "And you are." She squeezed her hand gently, then stepped away to quietly let Tarquin know there was someone who wished to speak with him. Lunch break was still in full swing. People eating, stretching, chatting, walking in and out. No one was paying attention to anything except their own little pockets of conversation. But Amethyst noticed everything. She saw Stanley's wife raise her hand. Small, tentative, private. Amethyst walked over immediately, her voice low but not whispering, just discreet enough to keep the moment between them. Stanley and his wife watched closely, curious but respectful. Amethyst leaned in, listened, nodded gently, then walked toward the facilitator table where Tarquin and Dr. Hale were reviewing notes. She spoke to Tarquin in that same low, private tone, not secretive, just respectful of the woman's privacy. No one could hear the words, but Stanley and his wife saw Tarquin's face brighten. He looked over at them with a warm, genuine smile.
Without hesitation, Tarquin stood, walked over, pulled a chair from an empty desk, and sat directly in front of them. Eye level, present, professional. Stanley and his wife lit up with happiness. Around the room, people noticed, not rudely, just that natural human curiosity people have when they see a little person in a professional role. It was like a restaurant moment, that slight lean, that subtle turn of the head. I'm not listening, but I'm listening posture. Tarquin noticed the leaning from the corner of his eye, but he stayed focused on the couple. He folded his hands calmly. Amethyst told me you had some questions for me, he said warmly. And congratulations on your new grandbaby. That's wonderful news. Stanley's wife smiled, relieved. Thank you, yes, we're very excited. My daughter-in-law is pregnant, and the ultrasound shows the baby is going to be a little person. Tarquin nodded gently. That's beautiful, truly. She continued, little people run on her side of the family, but this is the first time on ours. We want to understand everything. Terminology, health expectations, what to prepare for. She hesitated, then asked the question most people are afraid to ask. May I ask, what type of dwarfism you have? Tarquin nodded without hesitation. Of course I have achondroplasia, the most common form of dwarfism. A few people around them leaned in just a little more. Not rude, just curious. Tarquin continued, still focused on the couple. Achondroplasia affects bone growth, especially in the arms and legs. It doesn't affect intelligence, it doesn't affect personality, it doesn't affect capability. Stanley nodded, listening closely. His wife asked, are there health concerns we should be aware of for the baby? Tarquin answered calmly. Most children with achondroplasia grow up healthy and strong. There are few things to monitor like ear infections, spinal alignment, and breathing patterns. But with proper pediatric care, they do very well. By now, the natural curiosity had pulled a small cluster of people closer. Not crowding, not rude, just listening. Tarquin noticed the gathering from the corner of his eye. He knew it was because people were hungry for this type of education. Amethyst noticed. Dr. Hale noticed. Dr. Blake was not aware of the conversation yet, but the crowd forming around Tarquin sparked his curiosity. Stanley's wife nodded, absorbing every word she asked, and terminology. What's respectful? Tarquin smiled. Little person or person with dwarfism is respectful. Avoid the M word. That one is outdated and hurtful. She nodded quickly. Of course, thank you. Tarquin continued, your grandbaby will need the same thing every child needs. Love, support, and a family that celebrates them. Her eyes softened. We already do. Tarquin smiled. Then that child is already ahead. He added, if you have additional questions in the future, I'm always available to help. Tarquin smiled and walked back over to his notes, documenting a few things. Dr. Blake walked up to him and said, I couldn't help noticing the crowd forming around you. What were you discussing? Tarquin replied, Stanley and his wife are expecting a grandbaby with dwarfism, and they had a lot of questions to ask me. Dr. Blake replied, we need to add this to the curriculum.
Tarquin exchanged a look with Dr. Hale, a silent agreement.
The room was still buzzing softly from the dwarfism conversation. People were finishing snacks, stretching, settling back into their seats. The energy shifted, the hum quieted, the chairs stilled, the conversations faded. It was time. Dr. Hale stepped forward. The room fell silent. His voice was calm, steady, and carried the weight of everything they had walked through. All right, everyone. Welcome to Phase 7. Phase 7 is the transformation phase. This is where everything you've learned becomes something you can live. Transformation begins when the body and mind finally agree that you are safe. He continued. In Phase 7, we teach you how to maintain that safety in your home, in your relationship, and in your own nervous system. He outlined it clearly. Regulation, consistency, communication, repetition. These 4 create reliability. The men nodded. This was the clarity they needed. Your body has been in defense mode for a long time. Now we teach it how to operate in confidence. His tone was clinical, but deeply human. Confidence is not a feeling, it is a pattern. The men absorbed that quietly, deeply. Phase 7 is where intimacy becomes sustainable. He looked at the wives. You are not here to fix him. You are here to walk with him. He turned to the men. And you are not here to perform. You are here to connect. He continued. Tonight, we begin the transformation practice. Every couple needs a reset ritual, a way to reconnect after stress, conflict, or shutdown. He guided them. It can be 5 minutes. It can be 10, but it must be intentional. Examples: sitting together, breathing together, grounding touch, a simple check-in. This ritual becomes the anchor of your relationship. Honesty without pressure is the foundation of trust. He explained, in Phase 7, you learn how to speak honestly, without triggering shame, without triggering fear, without triggering shutdown. The wives nodded. The men exhaled. Transformation is not a solo journey. It is a partnership. He outlined shared goals, shared language, shared rituals, shared understanding. When both partners participate, transformation becomes permanent. Tarquin stepped forward, voice steady. Phase 7 is where you reclaim your life. He looked at the men. You are not broken. You are rebuilding. He looked at the wives. And you are not the cause. You are the connection. The room fell into a deep, quiet understanding. Dr. Blake stepped forward one last time. Phase 7 is complete. He paused. You have walked through vulnerability, science, healing, connection, and transformation. He looked around the room, at the men, at the wives, at the couples who had grown in front of him. You are ready for the final phase. The room was silent, steady, and ready.
The room was still quiet from the end of Phase 7. The security guard's quick check-in had passed without disruption. Just a brief shadow in the window, a nod from Rocky, a nod back,
and Rich staying calm and grounded, knowing what that meant for him. Dr. Blake stepped forward again, but this time the room felt different, settled, soft, ready. He lifted his hand. All right, everyone. We are now entering phase 8. A hush fell over the room, not from fear, but from anticipation. This was the phase they had all been walking toward. His voice was low, steady, and carried a quiet authority. Phase 8 is the integration phase. This is where everything you've learned becomes part of your daily life. He continued, not a technique, not a moment, a lifestyle. The wives leaned in, the men straightened, couples instinctively shifted closer. Dr. Hale stepped forward, hands behind his back. Integration happens when the nervous system, emotions, and relationship patterns all align. He outlined it clearly. Repetition creates safety. Safety creates confidence. Confidence creates reliability. Reliability creates intimacy. He looked around the room. Phase 8 is where reliability becomes your new normal. Tarquin stepped in, voice low and grounded. Gentlemen, phase 8 is where you stop trying to get back to who you were. He paused. This is where you become who you're meant to be. He let that settle. Integration means you don't fall apart when life gets loud. You don't shut down when stress hits. You don't disappear when emotions rise. His tone was clinical but deeply human. You stay present. You stay connected. You stay steady. The men absorbed that quietly, deeply. Dr. Blake stepped forward again. Phase 8 is where you and your partner create a new rhythm. He explained. Not the rhythm you had before the shutdown. Not the rhythm you wish you had, the rhythm that works now. He outlined the integration practice. Step 1, daily check-ins. A simple, consistent moment of connection. Step 2, shared language, using the same terms for stress, shutdown, safety, and reconnection. Step 3, predictable rituals, breathing together, sitting together, touch without pressure. Step 4, repair without blame, addressing conflict without shame or withdrawal. Integration is not perfection, it is consistency. Dr. Hale stepped in again. Most couples who reach phase 8 experience long-term improvement. He clarified. Better communication, reduced shutdown, increased emotional safety, improved physical function, deeper intimacy. Because the body thrives in predictability. The room softened, hope settling in. Tarquin stepped forward, voice steady. Phase 8 is where you reclaim your relationship. He looked at the men. You are not broken. You are evolving. He looked at the wives, and you are not the pressure. You are the partnership. The room fell into a deep, quiet understanding. Dr. Blake stepped forward one last time. Phase 8 is complete. He paused, letting the weight of that settle. You have walked through every phase of this journey, from vulnerability to understanding, to healing, to transformation, to integration. He looked around the room, at the men, at the wives, at the couples who had grown in front of him. You are ready for the final closing ritual. The room was silent, steady and ready.
The room was still warm and full. Not heavy, not tense, just full. Full of everything they had walked through today. Full of the stories, the science, the breakthroughs, the quiet courage. Dr. Blake stepped forward, his binder closed, his posture relaxed, his voice softer than it had been all day. He didn't need a microphone. He didn't need to raise his voice. The room was already listening. All right, everyone. We've come to the end of our time together. A soft murmur moved through the room, not disappointment, not relief. Just the quiet acknowledgement that something meaningful had happened here. I want to thank you. Every single one of you. He looked around the room at the men, at the wives, at the couples who had grown right in front of him. You showed honesty. You showed courage. You showed vulnerability. And you showed love. A few people nodded, a few wiped their eyes, a few held hands a little tighter. Dr. Hale stepped forward, calm and steady. Everything you learned today is real. Everything you practice today is possible. And everything you hope for is achievable. He continued, your body can heal. Your confidence can return. Your relationship can strengthen. The room softened, hope settling in. Tarquin stepped in, voice low and grounded. Gentlemen, you did good work today. Hard work. Honest work. He looked at the wives and you stood with them. Not behind them. Not in front of them, with them. He nodded once. That's partnership. Amethyst stepped forward, her presence soft and warm. Her voice was gentle, almost musical. Healing doesn't happen in a straight line. It happens in moments. And today you created a lot of moments. The wives smiled. The men breathed deeper. Dr. Blake stepped forward one last time. Before we close, I want to leave you with this. He paused. You are not broken. You are becoming. Another pause. You are not failing. You are learning. He looked around the room, his voice warm and steady. You are not alone, you are supported. He let that settle. Take what you learned today. Practice it. Live it. Grow with it. He smiled, that soft, knowing smile, and remember, healing is not a destination. It is a relationship. This seminar is now complete. A few people clapped. People smiled.
Everyone began to stand and gather their belongings. Some walked over to others and started chatting. Rocky stuffed all of his paperwork and leftover snacks into his backpack. He walked straight up to Dr. Blake. Dr. Blake smiled at him, spoke with him briefly, then looked over Rocky's paperwork and signed it. Rocky glanced at Rich. Rich glanced back. They exchanged a nod. Rocky walked out. Peggy walked over to Rich. Will you be able to come to the barbecue next week? Rich shook his head gently.
I won't be able to make it, I'll be working, but I hope to catch it next time. Earl walked over to Rich. I'm so proud of you, son. Rich nodded. Thanks for the lamps and the sheets and the bedspreads, I really appreciate it. You helped save me a lot of money. Peggy waved her hand. Don't mention it. You remind us of our own boy. Rich smiled, grabbed his backpack, and walked up to Dr. Blake to sign his form. Then he walked out the door. Peggy watched him the entire time with that motherly, protective love. Then she looked over at Earl and said quietly, Hey Earl, why do you suppose Rich didn't share his story? You think he was ashamed? Earl shrugged. Well, Peg, Rich might not even have that problem. Peggy frowned thoughtfully. Then why do you suppose he came? Earl replied, Same reason we came to learn. Peggy nodded slowly. He sure is mysterious, isn't he? Earl chuckled. Yep. LT began gathering his things. Peggy stared at him. Earl whispered, Don't even think about it. I wasn't going to ask him. LT walked out the door, and just like that, everyone went off to do their own thing. Earl walked up to Blake. Little brother, I want to thank you for this class. I didn't understand half the things they said, but I knew a little bit of it. Blake smiled. If there's ever anything you don't understand, just write it down. I'll be glad to explain it. Earl nodded. Thanks, I appreciate that. I got a list. Blake chuckled. Earl asked, So what's your next seminar going to be about? Well, my partner Tarquin and I are considering 2 different seminars. One will be about educating people on dwarfism, and the second will be for sexual assault survivors of incarceration. Rocky inspired me to do that one. Earl nodded slowly. That's a good one. That's going to be a real good one. He patted Blake's shoulder. All right, little brother, you and your wife take care. Blake corrected gently. Her name is Amethyst. Yeah, well, I just didn't want to mess it up. Amethyst overheard and smiled. You and Peggy have a good day too, Earl. Peggy smiled and waved at Blake and Amethyst. Earl put his arm around Peggy, and they walked out. And just like that, the seminar was closed.
Said I've been scared to say it, but I need to tell the truth. I've been dealing with erectile dysfunction, and I didn't know how to tell you. It made me feel less like a man, though I know that isn't real. It's just the weight of expectations that I've never learned to heal. She took his hand and whispered, Thank you for trusting me. Erectile dysfunction doesn't change who you are or what I see. I'm not here for your performance, I'm here for your heart and soul. We can walk this road together. You don't ever walk alone. You are not broken, you are becoming. You are not failing, you're still learning. Erectile dysfunction is not your ending. Healing is a journey, and I'm not leaving. The body holds its memories, the nervous system speaks. Erectile dysfunction can happen when the world has been too deep. It's not a sign of weakness, it's the way the your body tries to guard a tender heartbeat that has weathered storms.